Sorry I was late. I got decoupaging and completely lost track of time. Very, very sorry. All right, we're going to get pretty much right on this. The Moscow Mule lady, you know how we read that letter? She's claiming that was not really a letter for anybody. It was for her new novel. The witness tampering thing? Yeah. You believe that? No. Okay, hold on a moment. And let me get to our documents, okay? Where the heck is my video now? Is this the live chat? Live chat. How come I'm not showing my live chat? All right, sorry. Sorry, I was... Okay, let me get this up here. So we had read 85 pages yesterday between parts 1 and 2. And we're going to try to finish this all, which I think we should be able to. Okay, so let me get to page 85. Hi to everybody that's joining us. I feel bad about being late, so I'm just going to jump right into this. Let's go. Run 70, 80, 85. Okay. Let me just say hi to everybody and make sure I'm in live chat over here in case I have to check on you guys. Hello, Deborah. Hi, 61. L, Margot, Kevin. Kevin's back. Janae, Julie W, Linda, Paint It Black, Kellyanne. Let's see. What did I miss? Put in Lives Award. Okay, let's get this party started. All right. So we were on, I'm trying to see where we were on page 85. Did we finish 84 completely? For some reason. Okay. Let me see where we were. This up on the screen. All right, let's see. Okay, so the no further leads. That was what they were talking about. No further leads. Let's see, that was 87. Okay. So we'll start, I'll just start on page 85, okay? Actually, I'll do the last sentence of 84. It was also known that Brad Holder's son, Logan, had some sort of dating relationship with Abby. This all seems like the type of information that would absolutely require an intense and continued investigation into Brad Holder, and not a no further leads tag from Legette. It would be crazy to think that at that early stage of the investigation, and with all that information that was already known by Legette, that he, Legette, would assign the designation of no further leads, ending the investigation of Brad Holder only 15 days after the girls were found brutally murdered at a very bizarre crime scene. Perhaps Legette, typing in no leads required, was simply a typographical error, or a clerical error, or an unfortunate oversight. Perhaps it was a one-off circumstance. However, other reports demonstrate that Legette did not commit a typographical error when he typed "no leads required" into the March 1st, 2017 report. It was intentional or reckless. For example, another tip had been supplied to law enforcement on March 9th, 2017 at 10:17 p.m. An unredacted copy of this report has been attached and marked as Exhibit 85 and has been filed confidentially. In this report, the tipster told law enforcement that she, the tipster, had checked Brad Holder out and found him to be a dark and scary person. Through some of his postings on Facebook, you want to check him out. Again, this is another example of a citizen who knows nothing about the secretive crime scene, unlike law enforcement who knew that sticks and tree branches were placed on the girls. Yet, even with knowledge of the crime scene, this tipster, they made a lot of mistakes in this document. That should be, yet even without knowledge of the crime scene, this tipster, like many others, recognized that Brad Holder's Facebook page was dark and disturbing and required further inspection and investigation, especially knowing that Brad's son was dating Abby Williams. As this tipster proclaimed to law enforcement about Brad Holder, you want to check him out, except the problem was that Tony Legette did not want to check out Brad Holder. Quite the opposite. After reviewing that particular tip sheet, Exhibit 84, as you can see at the end of the report, Legette wrote, "No leads required, has been covered." Essentially, Legette was saying, "Nothing to see here. Please move on to a different suspect." In fact, as it relates to this tip, Legette was doubling down on his concluding remarks by stating both that there were no leads required and that Brad Holder has been covered. There could be no doubt whatsoever that as of March 13, 2017, when Legette wrote down those words, that Legette did not want Holder checked out any further as a suspect. Did Legette's refusal to investigate influence other law enforcement officers to clear Brad Holder as a suspect? Yes. On March 14, 2017, a tip came in, identified as, there's just a number, okay. An unredacted version is attached and marked as Exhibit 86 and filed confidentially. The tipster let law enforcement know that he, the tipster, had reviewed Brad Holder's Facebook page and post and felt that Brad put off a bad vibe. This lead was evaluated by Kevin Hammond, who was a member of the Unified Command, along with Legette and Holman. Kevin Hammond wrote in his evaluation, "No leads required. Brad Holder has been cleared." Again, any even moderately curious human being would have looked at Brad Holder's Facebook page, compared images on Brad Holder's Facebook page to the crime scene, and then considered that Brad's son was dating Abby and that Brad was a part of what appeared to be a religious cult, and thought, wow, this is a guy we better investigate. Instead, Hammond followed Legette's lead. In the system, Legette had already cleared Holder. So that is exactly what Hammond did when entering his findings into the system. Now, two members of the Unified Command, Tony Legette and Kevin Hammond, had both disregarded the already mounting evidence that possibly pointed the finger at Brad Holder. Both Tony Legette and Kevin Hammond had stopped the investigation into Brad Holder dead in its tracks by claiming that Brad Holder had been cleared as a suspect only 4 weeks after the girls were murdered. Did anyone other than local law enforcement clear Brad Holder as a suspect early on? Yes. On March 19, 2017, at 11:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, another tip came in that believed Brad Holder sounded like the man on the famous audio released by law enforcement. An unredacted copy of this tip sheet is attached and marked as Exhibit 87 and filed confidentially. This time, it was FBI agent Michael Peasley, following the lead of Legette, who indicated at the bottom of that report that Holder had been cleared. On April 14, 2017, another tip came in claiming that Brad Holder had changed his appearance following the girls' murders. This tipster further indicated that Holder even attended the girls' funeral, and that although he typically did not wear glasses, he was wearing glasses at the funeral. The unredacted report identified as, and then put the number, is marked as Exhibit 88 and filed confidentially. Although other tip sheet reports exist that tell a similar story, the defense offers up one last report related to Brad Holder. On August 14, 2017, at 12:59 p.m., a woman contacted police. The report memorialized the tip as follows. 2 women posted to a Facebook group that Brad Holder was responsible for the homicides. The tipster saw this post and told the police the contents of the post. The tipster went on to summarize what she read. Holder is a pagan, murdered the girls as sacrifices, and left a F on the victims' bodies. Holder's son Logan is Abigail's ex-boyfriend. Obviously, the F left at the crime scene was not left on the girls' bodies, but rather on the tree, painted using Libby's blood. However, how would this information concerning the letter F have even been known for anyone to talk about? A curious person might ask, could it be that someone who participated in the murders had talked about the crime scene with someone, who then talked to someone else, slightly mixing up the facts as the story passed from person to person? Law enforcement should have viewed this tip as something extraordinarily important because it was a tip that provided secretive information about the crime scene, not known by the public. This information about an F being left at the crime scene was not only unavailable to the public, but there was no evidence that it was being discussed on the internet. This tipster could have been interviewed. The Facebook group members could have been interviewed. The state police or FBI tech people could have been tracked down, could have tracked down the people that posted this information to determine where they received the F information. Continued investigation as to the source of the knowledge of the F discussed on the chat group could ultimately lead to someone who was at the crime scene and participated in the murders. That is what good law enforcement would do. Instead, what happened? As you can see on intake, any potential investigation stemming from this potentially game-changing information of someone's knowledge of the letter F being involved in the crime scene ended before it even began. The defense has marked an unredacted copy of the report as Exhibit 89 and filed it as confidential. The law enforcement officer that initially evaluated the tip must have understood the importance of mentioning the letter F because conduct follow-up was the request made. However, the next person in the chain, Roland Purdy, upon reviewing the tip, simply followed the previous lead of Legette and Hammond. When it came to possibly further investigation of the tip generated from this report, Roland Purdy, in a report identified as Invest Lead, called Brad Holder fully covered. Nothing further to do. Who were these people that somehow knew about the F at the crime scene, and how did they obtain that information? The world will never know, because Trooper Purdy followed Legette's and Hammond's lead and buried that tip by claiming that Brad Holder had been cleared as a suspect. To conclude this section on evidence of Brad Holder's involvement, Richard Allen's defense team would tell the court that Legette was aware of the many ways detailed in this memo in which Holder was tied into the Delphi murders. Yet despite this evidence linking Brad Holder to the crime, this is the dialogue between Legette, who was answering defense counsel's questions at Legette's August 8, 2023 deposition concerning what Legette claims his knowledge of Brad Holder was. Question. Okay, so Brad Holder then. So Was there any other reason that Brad Holder was a suspect or at least a person of interest other than the fact that his son, Logan, dated Abby? Answer. I'm sure there was, but I don't recall without reviewing his information. Question. Nothing stands out to you as you sit there about why Brad Holder might have been a suspect? Answer. No. Question. Other than the connection with his son and Abby, is that right? Answer. Correct. Legette was on the Unified Command. Legette was heavily involved in the investigation of the murders. To feign ignorance like that concerning the Brad Holder component of the investigation is astounding. Unified Command was fully aware of the Murphy-Ferenczi clique investigation tying Johnny Messer and Elvis Fields to Brad Holder. In the deposition, Legette had the opportunity to open up and say something like, Brad Holder was heavily investigated. There was even a thought that he was tied into some guys down in Rushville. If you don't have the evidence yet, let me get that to you. In the end, we didn't think it added up. Instead, Legette took the bait and obviously tried to steer the defense away from the Brad Holder evidence, linking Holder to both the crime scene and to the Rushville crew. With Legette's answer here, it is not surprising at all. 0. That Rick's defense team did not receive important discovery concerning the Rushville investigation, particularly Click's April 28, 2023 certified letter to McClelland until September 8, 2023. Again, McClelland only provided this discovery after Legette and the prosecution realized that the defense was fully aware of the Rushville connections, and it was only a matter of time before we would learn of that non-disclosed exculpatory evidence. Legette either intentionally or recklessly concealed the Odinite Brad Holder information from the judge in his October 13, 2022 affidavit for search warrant. Then Legette and McClelland attempted to conceal exculpatory information from the defense. Had the judge known of this concealed evidence, then the judge would not or should not have signed the warrant. And had the defense not dug in hard and found the needles in the haystack that led to its knowledge of Holder and Odinism, then the defense may never have thought to ask for the missing discovery, and McClelland would never have turned over the Click letter to the defense. Without the Click letter, the defense would not have learned of other exculpatory evidence. The facts show that Legette acted intentionally and recklessly. Elvis Fields' connections to the crime scene. The defense has previously discussed and presented the side-by-side photos that demonstrate that Elvis was mimicking Brad Holder by taking the time to recreate Holder's Facebook posts. Elvis would then post the recreated Facebook posts. What else did Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy unearth in their investigation that would connect Elvis to the crime scene? The Odin report provides much of that connective tissue. I'm now part of a gang and have a brother. On page 1 of the Odin report, Mary Jacobs told law enforcement that on February 14, 2017, Elvis was rambling, hyper, and borderline incoherent. He was talking about having a brother, even though Elvis had no male siblings, and was now part of a gang. Elvis told Mary that he had been on a bridge with 2 girls that were killed. Elvis told her that someone named Abigail was a pain in the arse and a troublemaker. She said Elvis tried to give her, Mary Jacobs, a blue jacket. She told him that she had her own jacket. After Elvis made these statements to his sister, Mary Jacobs, she later became aware of the Delphi murders and put two and two together. Sometime 2 to 3 weeks after Elvis made the statements, Mary Jacobs and her husband, Troy, drove to Delphi. While in Delphi, Mark Jacobs talked to law enforcement about the things Elvis had told her on February 14th, 2017. They said March Jacobs. That's Mary Jacobs. This is really crazy how they have a lot of typos in here. So that should be, while in Delphi, Mary Jacobs talked to law enforcement about the things Elvis had told her on February 14, 2017, but due to the mass amounts of tips that were generated, her information may have been overlooked. The defense has requested that the prosecutor locate the tip sheet that contains accurate details as to exactly when Mary Jacobs and her husband visited law enforcement officials in Delphi and what was communicated during this visit. Unfortunately, this is yet another piece of evidence that the defense has not received. If my spit is found on the girls, but I can explain it any way, would I still be in trouble? In December 2018, Mary Jacobs enlisted the help of an old acquaintance of hers named Misty Moore. Since law enforcement had not followed up with Mary Jacobs from earlier in the year, when she drove to Delphi and described what Elvis had told her, Mary was still concerned that Elvis was involved in the murders, but nothing was being done about it. Misty Moore worked for Homeland Security out of Greenfield, and Mary was hoping Misty could assist in locating someone from law enforcement to become interested in Elvis Fields. Mary talked to Misty Moore, who then passed this information on to the proper law enforcement channels. In January of 2018, Mary was interviewed. On February 1st, 2018, state police gave Mary Jacobs a polygraph to determine whether Mary was being truthful about what Elvis had told her almost a year earlier. Mary passed the polygraph. More on that later. Based upon what Mary Jacobs had told law enforcement in January 2018, and based upon Mary Jacobs passing a polygraph in February of 2018, law enforcement interviewed Elvis on February 27th of 2018. The interview was videotaped, but the defense team just received this video on September 8th, 2023. Jerry Holman from Unified Command conducted this interview of Elvis. Kevin Murphy was also present. During this interview, Elvis agreed to take a mouth swab that would be used for DNA. Jerry Holman and Kevin Murphy, both with the state police, explained the purpose of the mouth swab with Elvis, so Elvis was aware that the DNA from this mouth swab would be compared to any DNA from the crime scene. At the conclusion of the interview, Trooper Murphy dropped Elvis off at his trailer. As described on page 1 of the Odin report, after Elvis exited the police vehicle and walked towards his trailer, Elvis turned around before entering his house and walked back to Trooper Kevin Murphy's vehicle. When Elvis came near the squad car, Elvis posed the question to Murphy: what would happen if Elvis's, spit is found on one of the girls, but Elvis, has an explanation? Would he still be in trouble? Elvis then walked back to his trailer. Upon hearing that troubling but incriminating comment, Trooper Murphy immediately called Unified Command and communicated with Detective J. Harper. On August 22, 2018, Elvis's sister, his other sister, Joyce Moffitt, was interviewed by law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy and Greg Ferenczi. On 2 previous occasions, Joyce had denied that Elvis had made incriminating statements to her. However, in this 3rd interview, Joyce reluctantly recounted to Ferenczi and Murphy statements that Elvis had made to her in the fall of 2017. According to Joyce Moffitt, sometime in the fall of 2017, Elvis Fields moved in with her, Joyce Moffitt, following the death of her boyfriend. Joyce recounted the following statements. Elvis made to her in the kitchen in October of 2017, at a time when they were living together under the same roof. I am in a lot of trouble. I am going away for a long time. I was on the trail and that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. There were 2 other people there with me when it happened. I spit on one of the girls after they were killed. Not only did Elvis make the incriminating statement about going away for a long time and being on the trail where the girls were murdered, but Elvis also confirmed to Joyce that he had indeed spit on one of the girls. Although Elvis reassured Murphy that he, Elvis, would be able to explain the spit, it is unknown at this point if Elvis has provided that explanation. Elvis lied to police, claiming he did not know Johnny Messer, even though Johnny Messer said he not only knew Elvis, but that Elvis was interested in joining Messer's and Brad Holder's V-Lander crew. In his June of 2018 interview, Elvis unequivocally denied knowing the recruiter Johnny Messer. However, in his October 2018 interview, 5 months later, what is that? No, that's 4 months later, Johnny Messer tells a different story. In that October 23, 2018 interview, Johnny Messer states that Elvis lived with Johnny's uncle, Billy Messer. Johnny Messer further stated in that interview that he, Johnny Messer, would take firewood to his uncle's home during the winter, that Elvis was living with Billy Messer. Most importantly, Johnny mentions that Elvis's boss and self-described father figure, Ned Smith, and Elvis's roommate, Rod Abrams, all were interested in joining Johnny Messer's Vinlander Club. Remember, Brad Holder was also affiliated with that club. However, Johnny Messer claims that the Vinlanders would not be interested in the likes of Elvis, Rod Abrams, and Ned Smith. The importance of Elvis lying to the police about knowing Johnny Messer cannot be understated. Elvis had to know that if he, Elvis, was connected to Johnny Messer, then he, Elvis, would eventually be connected to Brad Holder. It should again be noted that it's interesting that Ned Smith pursued an attorney for Elvis, and that Ned Smith wanted to sit in on Elvis's October 2018 interview with the police. In doing so, Ned was able to learn what type of questions were being asked of Elvis and provided Ned the ability to end the interview if Elvis started saying anything incriminating to Elvis, Ned, or Rod Abrams. The person who wanted to sit next to Elvis at the interview and had previously paid money for an attorney for Elvis is the same Ned Smith, according to Johnny Messer, who wanted to join Brad Holder's Vinlander crew. Elvis's purported alibi, Rod Abrams, lied about where he and Elvis were on February 13, 2017, and Rod Abrams' false alibi conflicted with the alibi that Elvis provided to police. At his June 20th, 2018 interview, Elvis Fields told Ferenczi and Murphy that he, Elvis, remembered being at home in Rushville 492 days earlier on February 13, 2017. It is quite a remarkable feat for someone with Elvis's mental capacity to remember a specific day 492 days earlier. Some people, like actress Mary Lou Henner, are blessed with something called autobiographical memory, which allows that person to remember specific days in their lives, even years and years later. As previously noted by Murphy, in his opinion, Elvis Fields has had the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old. Still, rather than admit that he, Elvis, has no idea where he was on February 13, 2017, Elvis claimed he specifically remembers not leaving Rushville on February 13, 2017. The Rod Abrams problem. On August 29th of 2018, Ferenczi and Murphy interviewed Rod Abrams. When asked where he and Elvis were on February 13, 2017, Rod Abrams said that he, Elvis, and Ned Smith were in Muncie on that day, visiting a sick friend at the hospital. Autobiographical memory must be in the water in Rushville, as Rod Abrams, when interviewed, was able to remember exactly where he was 562 days earlier. In addition to remembering that they were at the hospital in Muncie, Rod also stated that both he and Elvis had their phones with them. When told that law enforcement would check cell phone records to see if Rod was actually at the hospital in Muncie, Rod explained that hospitals cut cell reception on phones because they interfere with hospital equipment, so their phones probably would not show that they were at the hospital in Muncie. In supplement number 542, Joyce Moffett interview provided in Discovery, handwritten notes, presumably of law enforcement, state the following. Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, not in Muncie on 2/13/2017 at hospital. This was the conclusion of law enforcement, and obviously Rod Abrams' ridiculous statement that their phone records would not confirm that their phones were at the hospital because of hospital equipment is common sense evidence that Rod Abrams was lying as well. The phone problem. On February 13, 2017, phone records apparently show that Elvis's phone stayed in the same place in Rushville from approximately 10:30 a.m. until approximately 7:30 p.m. Phone records also show that Elvis, for some reason, did not use his phone whatsoever for roughly 9 hours. Elvis told law enforcement that he usually kept his phone on him. As stated in the previous paragraph, Rod Abrams stated that Elvis had taken his phone to Muncie to visit the mystery friend at the hospital. However, the phone records show that Elvis's phone was in Rushville during that time frame. The phone problem is twofold. 1. Elvis's phone remaining at his home for roughly 9 straight hours conflicts with Rod Abrams' professed alibi for Elvis, Ned Smith, and Rod Abrams. 2. In today's day and age, it would seem highly unlikely that Elvis simply did not pick up his phone for roughly 9 hours, especially when Elvis claimed that he usually kept his phone with him. The takeaway for any curious investigator would also be a minimum twofold. 1. Rod Abrams lied about being in Muncie, but Elvis forgot to stick with that lie. 2. Elvis went up to Delphi but was told to leave his phone behind so the phone data would not show that he, Elvis, was in Delphi. It is unknown if Rod Abrams or Ned Smith's phone records were ever recovered. Suffice it to say, Elvis's and Rod Abrams' alibis are beyond highly suspicious. Elvis described forming horns out of sticks and placing them on Abby's head, and crime scene photos confirm Elvis's statement. Perhaps the most damaging piece of evidence that links Elvis to the crime scene was found in an unusual place. The middle of a report that memorialized the results of Mary Jacobs' polygraph examination. In Mary's pre-examination interview, polygraph examiner Stephanie Thompson recorded that Mary Jacobs stated that the following. Elvis told her, Mary, Abigail is a little troublemaker, and that he placed leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns. Horns and antlers are common symbols used in pagan rituals, and Brad Holder himself displayed the Odinite fascination with horns on his Facebook posts. Find attached Exhibit 97 from Brad Holder's Facebook page. As you can see, the middle photograph is an image of a person with small stick-like antlers on the top of their head. Find attached a close-up photograph of Abby's head from the crime scene. From a distance, it may not be immediately noticeable. However, upon closer inspection, it is obvious that someone involved in the killings intentionally placed small sticks from a tree on top of Abby's hair to resemble horns or antlers. The horns formed from sticks on Abby's head look similar to the image found on Holder's Facebook page, Exhibit 97. The defense has not viewed one single report that discusses the sticks placed atop Abby's hair, shaped like horns, antlers, being compared with Elvis's statement to his sister that he shaped sticks into horns on Abby. Therefore, the presumption is that the unified command never figured this out. Trooper Purdy was present at the polygraph examination but was not able to watch the examination and therefore would not know about Elvis's words to his sister Mary about using sticks to form horns on Abby. Rather than now being curious in the year 2023 as to how Elvis knew such a thing, and then using this new information as a basis to secure a search warrant or even an arrest warrant on Elvis, when factoring in all of the other evidence, sadly as it is expected that law enforcement will do the exact opposite of being curious. It is expected that law enforcement will claim that the photograph does not prove anything or that the defense is exaggerating the photograph. Perhaps unified command will huddle together and establish the go-to-party line stance on how to deal with the problems created with the polygraph examination information and photos of sticks formed as horns on Abby's head in the crime scene photographs. It would be refreshing if someone in the unified command could stop worrying about how the public will view their incompetence, admit to mistakes, and then perform the type of police work that should have been performed 6 years ago. The defense is not holding its breath. As the defense told Holman in his deposition, the unfortunate expectation is that Holman and Legette will try to figure out how to solve that problem rather than to solve the case of who murdered those girls. Elvis's insider knowledge of the crime scene may be a place for Holman to start. Again, part of the Frank's analysis involves the courts reviewing the behavior of law enforcement to determine whether Legette intentionally concealed and falsified evidence in Legette's affidavit for a search warrant. Legette and Holman and the rest of the Unified Command's reaction to the information contained in the polygraph examination concerning sticks formed into horns on Abby's head may very well reveal whether Legette is interested in the truth or in burying the truth, which again is part of the Frank's analysis. Patrick Westfall's connection to the crime scene. Much of what connects Patrick Westfall to the crime scene has been discussed in the section detailing what connected Brad Holder to the crime scene. To shorten this section, the defense will numerically lay out both the evidence previously discussed as well as a few other pieces of evidence that tie Westfall to the crime scene. 1. Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were friends, at least until January 21, 2017, as proven by Facebook photo previously attached. However, according to Amber Holder and law enforcement monitoring Facebook posts between Holder and Westfall, a fight between Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall occurred sometime in February 2017 concerning a ritual gone bad in the woods near a creek. 3. In the Odin report, Brad Holder told Amber Holder that the person that murdered the girls was Patrick Westfall and his crew. Furthermore, as referenced in the Odin report, Brad Holder told Amber Holder that Patrick Westfall is dangerous and has powerful friends that will protect him and that she, Amber Holder, needs to back off or he, Brad Holder, will not be able to protect her. Brad Holder told law enforcement that Patrick Westfall has post-traumatic stress disorder. The video or the ritual in Fort Wayne that Ferenczi sent to Legette and which has been attached as an exhibit shows Brad Holder videotaping someone that looks like Patrick Westfall using his fingers to mark a tree in the ceremony at about the same height that the F tree was marked with Libby's blood, leaving the question of whether Patrick Westfall marked the F tree the same way that he marked the tree in the Fort Wayne ceremony video. Patrick Westfall lives within a 7-minute drive of where the girls were murdered. Johnny Messer and Brad Holder commonly hung out at the Mononhigh Bridge and in the woods around the Mononhigh Bridge. Patrick Westfall also admitted that he knew the woods around the Monon Trail very well. A Patrick Westfall Facebook post from just 2 months before the girls were murdered shows Westfall cutting tree limbs into runes by slicing the tree limb with an electric saw, creating clean, smooth edges to the tree limb. In that Facebook post, Brad Holder is commenting, "Cutting runes." At the crime scene, one of the tree limbs placed on Abby had its end sliced cleanly and smoothly, similarly to the way Patrick Westfall is slicing the tree limbs in Exhibit 98. Westfall's alibi for February 13th, 2017 is that on that day of the abduction, he, Patrick Westfall, was at home with his son Nick. There is no evidence that law enforcement knocked on doors to determine if Patrick Westfall was at home at that time, nor any evidence that law enforcement walked around the neighborhood to see if any Ring doorbell cameras or any type of cameras caught Patrick Westfall leaving his house. Law enforcement just believed Patrick Westfall. Patrick Westfall was a pastor for a religion known as Asatru, which is a warrior type of religion with many gods including Odin and Thor. Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were both affiliated with Vinlanders Club, or gang, along with Johnny Messer. On March 2nd, 2017, only 16 days after the girls were found murdered, Unified Commander member Kevin Hammond indicated that there was no lead required concerning Patrick Westfall, meaning no further need to investigate Patrick Westfall. Patrick Westfall is connected to the crime scene in multiple ways. It is unknown if Brad Holder threw Patrick Westfall under the bus to Amber Holder in order to take the stink off of himself, Brad Holder, or if Brad Holder knows that Westfall murdered those girls and then marked the tree like he did in the Fort Wayne ceremony. Either way, it cannot be understated that one single solitary softball interview between law enforcement and Patrick Westfall is disgraceful, considering everything listed above that links Westfall to the crimes. Let's repeat that. It appears that Westfall was interviewed one time on February 19th, 2017. 2 weeks later, on March 2nd, 2017, Westfall was eliminated as a suspect. The defense is unaware of any search warrants requested on Patrick Westfall to determine whether this Asatru pastor had taken clothes of Abby or Libby as ceremonial keepsakes, or even if he had saved Abby's blood. By looking at the 5-paragraph report generated from the only interview of Patrick Westfall, it looks like law enforcement did nothing but lob giant softballs at Patrick Westfall rather than conduct an intense interrogation the way citizens would expect for someone that the evidence shows is so closely connected to the crimes. Johnny Messer's connection to the crime and crime scene. As has previously been discussed, Johnny Messer was close with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, and also knew Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, and Rod Abrams. Furthermore, as previously discussed, Johnny Messer was a recruiter for Vinlander. See footnotes 98 and 99. Also, as previously stated, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, and Elvis Fields all hoped to join the Vinlander Club, according to Johnny Messer. Around Valentine's Day 2017, Johnny Messer went up there to Delphi to hang out with his Vinlander buddies. As stated earlier, Patrick Westfall claimed to be at his home in Delphi on February 13, 2017, and Brad Holder claimed to be in Logansport on February 13, 2017. Therefore, if Johnny Messer was going up there to visit his Vinlander buddies, he, Johnny Messer, was going to Delphi to spend time with Westfall, who was like Messer's brother, or possibly to Logansport to visit Holder. When Messer came back from being in Delphi around Valentine's Day, the vehicle he drove to Delphi had blood along the side of the vehicle, and Messer, had no explanation for the blood's existence. Taylor Hornaday had to go to the car wash multiple times to clean off the vehicle. Evidence shows that the recruiter, Johnny Messer, was the connective tissue between the Delphi crew and the Rushville crew. Unified Command overlooked these connections, and furthermore, Legette failed to inform the judge of these connections to the murder scene. Rod Abrams' connection to the crime scene. Rod Abrams told police a lie about his whereabouts on February 13, 2017. This was discussed and referenced in Elvis's section, as was the fact that Elvis's alibi conflicted with Rod Abrams' alibi. Here are a few other evidentiary nuggets picked up from the defense's review of Rod Abrams' February 27, 2018 interview that the prosecution just provided to the defense on September 8, 2023. Some of these evidentiary nuggets from Rod Abrams' videotaped interview incriminate Elvis Fields. 1. Elvis had been working for Ned Smith since 2005, but then stopped working for Ned in 2017, the same year as the murders. According to Rod Abrams, Elvis was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and discussing inappropriate things. Elvis used Facebook to communicate to young girls aged 13, 14, and 15. 4. When law enforcement asked Rod, has he, Elvis, ever talked about doing anything to a couple of girls, there's a long pause. Then Rod Abrams finally says, no. The law enforcement officer then says, are you sure? Rod responded, he has. The law enforcement officer then says, you kind of hesitated when I asked you that. When Rod Abrams is asked if Ned Smith and Elvis will also say that they all were in Muncie on February 13, 2017, Rod Abrams doesn't answer the question, but after another long pause, tells a long, rambling story about how Ned doesn't always remember things. Finally, law enforcement asks Rod if they can look at Rod's phone to see any texts between Rod and Elvis. Rod, refuses, claiming that Elvis no longer has his phone number after Rod changed phones. According to Johnny Messer, Rod Abrams, along with Elvis and Ned Smith, were all interested in joining Messer's and Holder's Vinlander Club. The lies about Elvis's alibi should have been especially alarming to Unified Command. However, the items enumerated above all should cause Unified Command to pause about Rod Abrams and Elvis Fields' involvement in the murders. Conclusion of Part 2. Part 2 was dense with information. However, the court should be able to see that Tony Legette knew about the obvious connection between Odinism and the murders, and specifically the connection to Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Johnny Messer, Elvis Fields, and Rod Abrams. Based upon the evidence provided to the court, the fact that a mystery Purdue professor purportedly led the Unified Command off the scent of the Odinites is preposterous. Additionally, according to Todd Click's affidavit, the FBI cold case unit determined the Odinites were involved in the murders, but Unified Command did nothing to investigate the Odinites. Unified Command seemingly rebuffed the Rushville investigators, Ferenczi, Murphy, and Click, who believed, based upon a large collection of evidence, that Holder, Westfall, Fields, Messer, and Abrams were all involved. Legette's concealment of this Odinite information from the judge was intentional or reckless or both. Okay, so let me just see how we're doing. That's the end of part 2. We're going to go to part 3 in a second here. I just want to make sure everybody's still hanging in. Everybody good? Is my sound okay? Everything's okay? Hi, Sherry, Azad. How are you? I'm trying to see what Sherry is saying. Sherry says, I cannot think, I think she means think, of a single reason why any defense attorney would risk sanctioning fines, losing their license, or possibly even some jail time if it is determined that this is fabricated. It could happen. I haven't even started looking into how he is involved yet. I'm only on page 54. Hi there, Sherry. Okay, so we're going to go to number 3. I just wanted to make sure that everybody is okay. Hello, Sassy Darcy, and anybody that came in while I was reading. Let's go and continue over here. So part 3, Legette concealed and falsified evidence in his affidavit for search warrant. The concealed and falsified evidence blows Legette's timeline apart, which explains why he concealed and falsified information. For Legette's timeline to work and to place Richard Allen on the Monon High Bridge at 2:13, the time of the famous Down the Hill video, Legette desperately needed Betsy Blair to describe a man on the Monon High Bridge that looked like Richard Allen, and perhaps more importantly needed Betsy Blair to describe a car that she observed parked at the CPS parking lot at approximately 2:15 p.m. as looking like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus. Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed on the Monon High Bridge around 2 p.m. looked nothing like Richard Allen. Legette concealed this information from the judge. Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle she observed in the CPS parking lot looked nothing like the black Ford Focus. Legette also concealed this information from the judge for good measure. Legette also lied about what Sarah Corbo observed at 3:57 p.m. That also blew up his timeline. Betsy Blair's first description of the man she saw on the bridge was memorialized in sketch number 2, illustrated on February 17, 2017, 3 days after the girls were found, but not released to the public until April 22, 2019, following Superintendent Doug Carter's press conference. On February 17, 2017, Betsy Blair met with State Police sketch artist Taylor D. Bryant and provided a description of the man she observed from 50 miles away on the Monon High Bridge, the same man that Legette claimed in his affidavit was the killer. Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man Betsy Blair observed was a white male, age 20, had brown curly hair, and had a medium build. Find attached and marked as Exhibit 103 the unredacted facial identification reference sheet filed as confidential that contains the description that Betsy Blair provided to the sketch artist. Also find attached a copy of the sketch that Taylor D. Bryant produced from Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed on the bridge, marked as Exhibit 104. This illustration is also called sketch number 2 because it was released to the public second. Upon looking at the sketch, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the illustration was a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. The Unified Command did not release the Betsy Blair sketch to the public for over 2 years. Instead, they first released the Sarah Corbo sketch, also called sketch number 1, because it was released to the public first. The Sarah sketch was illustrated by FBI sketch artist Plants from Detroit on June 19th, 2017, and released to the public on July 17th, 2017. Who was the person that Sarah was describing in her sketch? According to Legette's affidavit, at approximately 3:57 p.m., Sarah observed a man walking westbound on County Road 300 North. Sarah was headed eastbound on County Road 300 North, operating her motor vehicle while simultaneously observing the man walking on the road towards her on the opposite side of the road. This is the same man that Sarah described for the sketch artist on June 19th, 2017. We will be discussing Sarah's description of the man later. Roughly 2 years later, in March of 2019, Betsy Blair met with Tony Legette, frustrated that her sketch number 2, had not been released to the public. Betsy was frustrated because sketch number 1, which had been released to the public almost 2 years before, did not match the man that she, Betsy Blair, observed on the High Bridge. Betsy even commented that sketch number 1 was wrong. Certainly it was odd that Sarah's sketch was chosen to be released over the Betsy Blair sketch for the following reasons. Betsy Blair provided her description to the sketch artist only 4 days after seeing the man on the bridge, while it was fresh in her mind, compared with Sarah, who provided her description to the sketch artist 126 days after she, Sarah, observed the man on the road. Betsy Blair had a good look at the man's face while stationary from only 50 feet away. Sarah was not stationary, but rather traveling down the road, operating her vehicle while simultaneously trying to observe the man on the road. During her March 7th, 2017 interview, Betsy Blair was talking with 2 members of Unified Command, Kevin Hammond and Tony Legette. At this interview, Betsy Blair told Legette face-to-face that the man she, Betsy Blair, observed on the High Bridge fit the following descriptions. The man was slender and youthful looking. He was more boyish looking. The man was in his 20s to early 30s. His hair seemed poofy, just as the sketch portrayed. He had no facial hair that she can remember. Finally, on April 22, 2019, Unified Command released Betsy Blair's sketch number 2 to the general public. In fact, upon its release, Superintendent Doug Carter commented that the man in Blair's sketch number 2 was responsible for the murders. Also, at the time of the release of the sketch number 2, Doug Carter also stated that sketch number 1 had now become secondary to the investigation. On March 7, 2019, Legette was present when Betsy Blair described the man she observed on the bridge. Betsy was actually talking to Legette face-to-face when she provided the description. Legette heard Betsy's description of a much younger man with brown poofy hair, but chose to conceal this information from the judge. Blair's description of a youthful, boyish-looking person in his 20s, maybe early 30s, with brown poofy hair obviously does not at all describe Richard Allen. In order for Legette to have provided the judge with honest and accurate information, he would have had to state the following in his affidavit. I, Tony Legette, believe that Richard Allen is the man that murdered the girls for the reasons stated herein. I also believe that the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge is Richard Allen and therefore the killer. However, I must also inform the court that the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge really looks nothing like Richard Allen, whereas Richard Allen was a man in his mid-40s with short or even shaved grayish hair. The man that Betsy Blair described was youthful, boyish-looking, and had brown, poofy hair. Also, Your Honor, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man she saw on the bridge was just 20 years old. This description came 4 days after she observed the man on the bridge. 2 years later, Betsy Blair still maintains that the man was in his 20s or maybe early 30s. Also, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist back in 2017 that the resemblance of the boyish sketch to the man that she observed on the bridge was a 10 out of a 10. I must also tell you, Judge, that this 10 out of a 10 sketch looks absolutely nothing like Richard Allen. Legette had a legal obligation to inform the judge of the vast differences between Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed on the bridge and Richard Allen. He did not. The fact alone should be sufficient to merit tossing the warrant and suppressing the fruits of an illegal search. However, there is more. In addition, in order for Legette's timeline to work, he needs Richard Allen's black Ford Focus to be parked at the CPS lot from 1:30 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. Betsy Blair sees one car at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m., and it is not Richard Allen's car. Richard Allen voluntarily was interviewed on October 13, 2022. Watching the videotaped interview, it is apparent that Richard thought that he was being asked questions to help assist the police in solving the crime. In addition to providing Legette and Mullen in a timeline of what he was... Hold on a minute. In trying to provide Legette and Mullen a timeline of when he, Richard Allen, was at the trail, Richard stated he arrived at the trail around noon. Later in the interview, Richard Allen told Legette and Mullen that he probably left the trail about 1:30 p.m. In his affidavit, Legette states that Richard Allen parked his black Ford Focus at the CPS parking lot and then cut over to the trail where he, Richard Allen, then walked to the High Bridge, ultimately following Abby and Libby across the bridge before abducting them. After murdering the girls, Legette stated in his affidavit that Betsy Corbo observed a man that Legette claims is Richard Allen walking along 300 North at approximately 3:57 p.m. westbound towards the CPS parking lot, the implication being that Richard Allen was walking back to his car after abducting and murdering the girls. And what Legette wrote in his affidavit, if what Legette wrote in his affidavit was true, then Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would have been parked in the CPS lot from 1:30 until at least 4 p.m., giving him time to abduct the girls, murder the girls, and walk back to his black Ford Focus parked at the CPS parking lot sometime after 3:57 p.m. when Sarah Carbide observed Richard walking down 300 North. In other words, for Legette's timeline to work, Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would have had to remain parked at the old CPS building from roughly 1:30 p.m. when Legette claims Richard Allen arrived until roughly 4 p.m. after, as Legette claims, Richard Allen had abducted and murdered the girls. If Richard's black Ford Focus was not at that CPS parking lot between those hours, 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m., then Legette's timeline would be blown. In his deposition, Legette was asked a series of questions by the defense counsel, and Legette answered those questions as followed. Okay, here's the questions. Let me just get a drink here. Okay, question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:29 roughly p.m. on February 13, 2017? Answer, yes. Question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:45 p.m. on February 13th? Answer, yes. Question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2 p.m. on February 13th? Answer, yes. Question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2:14 p.m. on February 13th? Answer, yes. Question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2:15 p.m. on February 13th? Answer, yes. Question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2:30 p.m. on February 13th? Answer, yes. Question. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2:45 p.m. on February 13th? Answer, yes. Okay, so let's just we can speed this up a little bit. So the next question is going to be the same question about the car, except they give the time of 3 p.m. And the answer is yes. Then the next question is the same question about the Ford Focus being parked at the old CPS building, except the time frame is 3:15 p.m. And the answer is yes. The next one is 3:30 p.m. The answer is yes. 3:45 p.m. The answer is yes. The next one is 4 p.m. And the answer is yes. And then the next one is 4:30 p.m. and the answer is no. What time do you contend that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was no longer parked at the old CPS building? And the answer was around 4 p.m. Through the answers, Legette demonstrated that he recognized that for his timeline to work, Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would have had to been parked at the CPS lot from 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. in order to give Richland the time to abduct and murder the girls and return to his vehicle. Therefore, if there was any evidence that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was not parked in the old CPS parking lot between those times, that is something that he, Legette, would be required to share with the judge. Rather than tell the truth, Legette concealed the evidence that Richard's black Ford Focus had left the CPS parking lot probably at 1:30 p.m., but certainly before 2:15 p.m. when Blair saw a completely different car, and therefore Richard Allen could not have been on the bridge at 2 p.m. or committed the murders soon thereafter. For starters, as noted earlier in his interview with Legette and Mullen, Richard Allen stated that he, Richard Allen, arrived at the trails around noon and left around 1:30 p.m. Legette failed to inform the judge that Richard Allen stated he had left the trails at 1:30. He should have, especially if there was evidence that a different vehicle was parked at the old CPS lot after 1:30 p.m. but before 4 p.m., which would then support Richard Allen's statement that he, Richard Allen, left the CPS building around 1:30 p.m. So the next question to ask is, did anyone see a vehicle parked at the old CPS building between 1:30 and 4 that did not resemble Richard Allen's black Ford Focus, thus supporting the timeline that Richard Allen provided to Legette, but which Legette concealed from the judge? The answer is yes, Betsy Blair. When Betsy Blair arrived at the trail at roughly 1:46 p.m., Betsy Blair had parked her vehicle in a different location that the defense calls the Mears parking lot. When she left the Monon Trail and pulled out of the Mears parking lot, Betsy Blair headed west on 300 North in her car and was spotted on the Hoosier Harvest store camera heading towards the old CPS lot at 2:14 p.m. The old CPS lot is only a 36-second drive from the Hoosier Harvest store camera, giving Betsy Blair a full minute to drive from the Hoosier Harvest store to the old CPS lot would mean that Betsy Blair would pass the old CPS lot at around 2:15 p.m. Remember that Legette has admitted under oath that at 2:15 p.m. Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would be parked at the CPS building while he, Richard Allen, was abducting and murdering the girls. However, at 2:15 p.m. when Betsy Blair passed the old CPS building, Betsy Blair did not see a black Ford Focus parked at that old CPS lot. The car that Betsy Blair observed as she passed the old CPS building at 2:15 p.m. looked nothing like a black Ford Focus. According to Legette's own report, Betsy Blair observed one car parked at the CPS lot at 2:15, and that car resembled a 1965 Ford Comet. Wow. That her father once owned. The shape had sharper angles. According, again, to whom did Betsy Blair provide the description of a 1965 Ford Comet looking angular in appearance vehicle? None other than Legette himself. Legette was fully aware that that car that Betsy Blair described as being backed into a spot at the old CPS building looked nothing like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus, but Legette concealed this information from the judge. It should be noted that if Richard Allen left at 1:30 p.m., then the person that Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge at approximately 2 p.m. was not Richard Allen. This would explain why the person that Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge looked nothing like Richard Allen, because it wasn't Richard Allen. It was a 20-year-old kid with brown poofy hair. Concealing Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle at the old CPS building from the judge may have temporarily plugged a hole in the dam of Legette's problematic timeline when the judge reviewed the affidavit on October 13, 2022, but Legette's concealment has now been exposed. Okay, and it gets even worse, really. When asked to describe the color of the car that resembles a 1965 Ford Comet, Betsy Blair actually told Legette that the car she saw was not black. That is right. Legette heard from the mouth of Betsy Blair that the 1965 Ford Comet-looking vehicle was not even black, which is the color that Legette needed the vehicle to be in order to fit the description of Richard's black Ford Focus as described in Legette's affidavit. Because of Betsy's description of the car she viewed at the old CPS building, evidence supports that Richard Allen left at 1:30 p.m. as he told Legette. At some point in time after Richard left the old CPS lot, an older, angular-looking car that resembled a 1965 Comet and was not black arrived at the old CPS building. Then the driver of this 1965 Ford Comet-looking angular, non-black vehicle backed into the CPS parking lot at roughly 2:15 p.m. When returning home, Betsy Blair observed this car that reminded her of a car her dad had when growing up. All of this adds up to this fact. Evidence concealed by Legette supports that Richard Allen was not at the crime scene, as he had already left at 1:30 p.m. and was already home by the time that Betsy Blair observed that 1965 Ford Comet-looking non-black vehicle at the CPS parking lot. And Legette knew it. Again, because of Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle she observed at the old CPS park building, evidence supports that Richard Allen was also home by the time Betsy Blair saw the 20-year-old with the brown poofy hair on the bridge. Which again explains why the person on the bridge looks nothing like Richard Allen, because it wasn't Richard Allen. This is simply outrageous and abusive behavior on the part of Legette. Abusive in that Legette used his power as a law enforcement officer to conceal evidence to secure a search warrant 26 days before an election in which he was running for sheriff. And at the brunt end of Legette's abusive behavior is Richard Allen, who has been sitting and suffering in hell for over 10 months. Legette doesn't even have the excuse that Betsy Blair provided this description to a different detective, and therefore he, Legette, could not have known of Blair's distinguishing description, making it a simple administrative snafu that fell through the cracks. No. Legette heard the description straight from the mouth of Betsy Blair, yet chose to conceal this timeline-destroying evidence from the judge. If the judge had known that the evidence showed that Richard Allen was home by the time that the girls were abducted at 2:13 p.m., then the judge would never have signed the search warrant. But that's not all. It gets even worse. Legette flat out lied when he told the judge that in 2017, Sarah Corbo described a man as wearing muddy and bloody clothing and was also wearing a blue jacket. For Legette's timeline to work, not only did he, Legette, need for Richard Allen's black Ford Focus to be parked at the old CPS building between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m., but he also needed Sarah Corbo's statement concerning the man she claims she saw walking westbound on 300 North at 3:57 at 3:57 to match Betsy Blair's description of a man wearing a blue jacket. It would also help if the man had blood on his clothing to further tie him to the murder. In his affidavit, Legette wrote the following. An interview was done of Sarah Corbo in 2017. She states that she was traveling east on 300 North and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of 300 North away from the Mononhigh Bridge. She stated that he was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans, and was muddy and bloody. She further stated that it appeared that he had gotten into a fight. Okay. Investigators determined that the investigators determined from the video that she was on 300 North at 15:57 hours. The blue jacket described by Sarah Corbo would need to match the color of the jacket described by Betsy Blair to help with Legette's timeline. Again, the blood on the clothing would be an added bonus in that it would tie the man that Sarah observed in with the murders and therefore assist the judge in making the decision to sign the warrant. The problem is that in 2017, Sarah told Legette to his face that the man she observed walking out of 300 North was wearing a tan-colored coat, a light-color coat, not a blue jacket. This is a problem because the color of this man's coat did not match the coat of the 20-year-old boyish-looking man with the poofy brown hair that Betsy Blair observed on the Mononhigh Bridge at approximately 2 p.m. According to Legette, both of these men were Richard Allen. Another way to put that is Legette had asserted that sketch number 1 and sketch number 2 are the exact same man, Richard Allen. Corbo saw a man walking on 300 North wearing a jacket. Legette needed the color of that jacket to match the color of the jacket worn by the man Betsy Blair had observed on the Mononhigh Bridge at 2 p.m. because Legette claimed that both men are the same man, Richard Allen. The problem was that Sarah did not observe the man walking down 300 North wearing a blue jacket. She observed a tan jacket. And this meant that Sarah and Betsy Blair observed two different men. They created a problem for Legette's timeline, so instead of being honest, Legette chose to represent to the judge, and Corbo, Sarah, observed a man wearing a blue jacket when in her 2017 interview, Sarah said it was tan. But that's not all. Nowhere in Sarah's 2017 interview does Sarah use the word bloody to describe the clothing that the man was wearing. Nowhere. The so-called muddy, bloody lady, he actually said the muddy lady, as Corbo only used the word muddy to describe the man she observed on 300 North in her 2017 interview. It certainly would help the judge in making his decision if the man walking down the street and wearing a blue jacket and also wearing bloody clothing as if he had just murdered somebody. However, Legette just flat out lied. Sarah never mentioned a blue coat and never mentioned blood in her 2017 interview. Instead of lying, had Legette told the judge that the man walking down 300 North at 3:57 p.m. was wearing a light-colored tan coat instead of a blue coat, then the judge would have realized Betsy Blair and Sarah did not see the same man. Instead of lying, had Legette told the judge that the man walking down 300 North only had on muddy clothing, that the judge would have associated the man with the murder. Again, Legette can't claim that while drafting the affidavit, Legette relied on the false description provided by a different investigator. No, Sarah told Legette to his face that the man she observed wearing the tan coat and was only muddy, not bloody. If Judge had been told the truth, he would not have, nor should he have, signed the search warrant. There is a reason that in his sworn affidavit, Legette concealed key information from the judge and lied about other key information. Had the judge known about the hidden and falsified facts, then the judge never would have signed the search warrant, a search warrant that was already insufficient in linking Richard Allen to the murders even before Legette's lies and deceptions. 1 second. And deceptions. Okay, next thing. Legette concealed and falsified evidence would have told a completely different story had Legette not concealed evidence and lied about evidence. Richard Allen told Legette to his face that he, Allen, had left the old CPS parking lot by 1:30 p.m., but Legette opted to not let the judge know about what Richard Allen said. When Richard Allen drove away from the old CPS parking lot at 1:30 p.m. to go home, at some point in time before 2:15 p.m., a person driving a car that resembled a 1965 Comet, angular in shape and not black, backed their car into the old CPS parking lot and parked. Then at 2:15 p.m., Betsy Blair drove past the old CPS parking lot and observed the car and remembered what it looked like because it reminded her of her youth, a car that her dad drove in the 1960s. Because Richard Allen had left the CPS parking lot at or before 1:30 p.m., it certainly explains why the man that Betsy Blair observed at the High Bridge at 2 p.m. was a boyish and youthful-looking 20 to 30-year-old man with poofy brown hair that looked nothing like Richard Allen, because it wasn't Richard Allen, as Richard Allen had left for home a half an hour earlier. There is a reason that the man Sarah observed on 300 North 357 was not wearing a blue coat like the man that Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge, the same man that Legette claims was Richard Allen, and that's because the man that Sarah observed on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. wasn't the same man that Betsy Blair saw on that bridge at 2 p.m. It was a completely different man that had mud, not blood, on his clothing. Betsy Blair saw one man, perhaps the same man that Rayleigh Voorhees, Bree Wilbur, and Anna Spath saw on the trail. Sarah observed a completely different man, and while all these witnesses were observing two different men, Richard Allen was at home, where he had been since leaving the Monon Trail on or before 1:30 p.m. That is the difference. The concealed and falsified evidence that would have made for the judge that would have made for judge. Should be something else not to sign the search warrant, right? Okay, it looks like they left something out there. Part 4, the Odinites in Westville. After his arrest, Richard Allen was forced to be housed in Westville Correctional Facility, based upon a safekeeping order. On April 3rd, 2023, two of the transport guards walking Richard to and from his visit prominently displayed multiple patches on their Department of Corrections uniform. The top patch, "In Odin We Trust," was displayed under their embroidered name tags on the right side of their Department of Corrections uniform shirt. On the left side of their DOC uniform shirts were 2 patches. The lower of the 2 patches consisted of a partial American flag and interlocking triangles. The interlocking triangles is a common symbol for those involved in the pagan Odinite religion. Above this American flag interlocking triangle patch was a patch that proclaimed, "I hate people." Below are images of those patches, in spite of the fact that for over 5 months, from November 2022 to April 3rd, 2023, Richard Allen's defense team had been able to bring in their phones when visiting Richard Allen after Richard's defense team showed photographs of a decrepit Richard Allen at Westville. Warden Gallipo apparently issued an order that Richard's defense team were no longer allowed to bring in their phones. Because Richard's defense team was no longer allowed to bring in their phones, the defense team was not able to take photographs or video of the patches after April 3rd, 2023. Therefore, the defense is providing affidavits from members of Richard Allen's defense team that viewed those patches on multiple occasions after April 3rd, 2023. Here are the patches worn by the guards. The images below of the patches worn by Sergeant Robinson and Jones were found on Etsy. These patches can be purchased off of Etsy. Let's see if I can get you these. I'm going to put up the this is from the document. There's the patches. And then that's the other patch. Okay. The first time Richard's defense team noticed Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson and the patches that they wore on their DOC uniform was on April 3rd, 2023. This also coincides with the time frame that Richard Allen's mental health began a steep decline. From that point forward, April 3rd, 2023, these 2 guards, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones, seemed inseparable from Richard Allen. Odinite correction officers Robinson and Jones would walk Richard Allen to and from his attorney visits, as well as on one occasion when Richard visited his wife, always wearing these embroidered patches. For a period, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones were also videotaping Richard Allen and his interactions with his attorneys. This ended only upon complaint by Richard's attorneys after several visits. Additionally, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones were always close enough to Richard to be assured that Richard did not feel comfortable talking to his attorneys or his wife without knowing that these Odinite guards were within earshot of anything he would tell his lawyers or wife. Max Baker and Matt Hoffman have been part of Richard Allen's defense team since December 2022 and have met with Richard on several occasions. Paragraph 10 of Max Baker's affidavit, Exhibit 115, provides insight into some of what was going on at Westville with Odinist guards Jones and Robinson. During one memorable visit on May 4th, 2023, myself, Attorney Baldwin, and Attorney Rozzi met with Richard Allen to discuss matters involving the case. At this time, Richard Allen was in a mental and physical state of deterioration and was nearly non-communicative. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. He claimed on a couple of occasions that they were going to kill him. When asked who he was referring to as they, Richard Allen responded by saying, "The guys with the Odin patches." Up to this point in the legal process, Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned Odinites or Odinism to Richard Allen, either directly or indirectly. The first time I'm aware of any mention of Odinite involvement to Richard Allen was during a visit on August 25, 2023, when Kathy Allen attended and a discussion occurred between the attorney and client regarding ties to the crime scene. At an August 10, 2023 deposition, the defense finally revealed to Jerry Holman, one of the main investigators on the case, that the defense, knew that the evidence exposed in the high likelihood that Odinites committed the murders by laying out the evidence right in front of Holman. Up until that time, the defense had strategically played dumb about possessing any knowledge of the Odinite involvement. This strategy was in place for many reasons. However, the defense finally revealed its knowledge to Jerry Holman on August 10, 2023. 1 week later, during their first attorney visit since August 10, 2023, deposition, Sergeant Robinson, as usual, dropped Rick off at an attorney meeting. Sergeant Jones was absent on this visit. However, something else was also different on this visit. Notably missing from Sergeant Robinson's uniform were the Odinite patches that Richard's defense team had taken note of on every attorney visit ever since April 3, 2023. Perhaps not so coincidentally, after Jerry Holman became aware of the defense team's knowledge of the Odinite involvement in the murders, magically those patches were removed from Robinson's uniform, leaving blank spots where the patches used to be displayed on the very next attorney visit. The defense would remind the court that also, perhaps not so coincidentally, Tony Legette was the only person that refused to support the transport of Richard Allen out of Westville when other options, Case County, were available. Legette cited as his sole reason for rejecting Richard Allen being moved from Westville, 76 miles away, to Cass County, Logansport, is that he, Legette, would have difficulty transporting Richard Allen to Delphi from Logansport for hearings and trial, a distance of less than 20 miles. Certainly, state police were available to assist in transport if Carroll County could not, yet Legette refused to agree to the transport, leaving Richard Allen in Westville guarded by Odinites. When factoring everything contained in this memorandum, Legette's objection to moving Richard Allen to Cass County over transportation concerns is troubling, especially when the patches were moved after the depots. Also filed contemporaneously with the Franks motion and memorandum is the defense's emergency request to transport Richard Allen out of Westville to the Cass County Jail. Despite Tony Legette's objection to the same, as the defense has legitimate concerns of Richard's safety once the motion and memorandum are filed. Beyond Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson wearing "In Odin We Trust" patches, what else links them to Odinism? Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson's relationship with Odinism went beyond the patches that they each proudly displayed while transporting Richard Allen to and from attorney visits. Sergeant Robinson. On his Facebook page, Sergeant Robinson does not hide his devotion to Odinism. On June 25, 2023, Robinson posted a photo of what the defense would call an altar, featuring horns and antlers and Thor's hammer and a dish sitting atop some type of animal fur with various runes decorating the outer edges of the dish. All of these items were placed on what appears to be a circular wooden platter. It appears that Sergeant Jones liked Sergeant Robinson's Odin altar post. Sergeant Robinson's altar to Odin is similar to an altar to Odin posted by Brad Holder. As stated by Max Baker in his affidavit, Sergeant Robinson was involved in transporting Richard Allen to most, if not all, of his attorney visits. Sergeant Robinson always wore his Odin patches. However, that changed following Holman's contentious August 10th, 2023 deposition. In that deposition, which has been attached and provided to the court as an exhibit, about 2/3 of the way through the deposition, Holman begins getting called out by the defense for Unified Command's incompetent handling of the Odin aspect of the investigation. It was also at that point in the deposition that the defense began asking critical questions concerning the way that the Unified Command handled the investigation of Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Johnny Messer, and Elvis Fields. You will notice that nowhere in the description did the defense reveal to Holman how the defense were aware of the fact that Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones were wearing the In Odin We Trust patches. Attorney Rozzi and the defense team member Max Baker visited Richard Allen on August 17, 2023, only 7 days after the contentious deposition with Holman, in which it became obvious that the defense was fully aware of the strong evidence that Odin has committed the murders. At this August 17, 2017 visitation, as Max Baker states in his affidavit, no, see, they've got that wrong. That should be 2023. It's not 2017. That's wrong too. So it should be at this August 17, 2023 visitation, as Max Baker states in his affidavit, Sergeant Robinson no longer was wearing the patch. The defense team has no direct knowledge as to whether Jerry Holman or anyone from Unified Command contacted Sergeant Robinson or anyone else from the Westville to alert them that Rick's defense team was fully aware that the evidence supported Odinus being involved in the murders. However, it is certainly a curiosity that deserves attention and consideration. As Max Baker also describes in his affidavit, Sergeant Robinson was always a few feet of Richard Allen during Richard's meeting with his wife, Kathy. The 2 visits that Richard has with his wife were without the hustle and bustle and noise of other inmates during their visitation. While Warden Gallipo may claim that Westville was doing Richard a favor by allowing him privacy with his wife, the defense views it differently. With no other inmates in the room was completely quiet. Sergeant Robinson could hear everything that Richard told his wife. Certainly, Robinson and Jones stood close enough to Richard to intimidate Richard from talking openly and honestly to his wife about what was going on in Westville. Additionally, in their combined 50-plus years of practicing criminal defense, attorneys Baldwin and Rozzi have never had their purported confidential attorney visits videotaped with a handheld camcorder. Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson beginning April 3rd, 2023, began videotaping Richard Allen's interactions with his attorneys. Particularly outrageous was the fact that Richard Allen was required to face the camcorder from about 10 feet away through a glass. And this means that Richard's mouth was being videotaped. And that means Richard was not able to talk freely to his attorneys and say things like, they are stating that if I don't tell my wife that I'm guilty, then they are going to harm my wife. If Richard were to say anything like that, it would be on video. Remember, Richard Allen continuously asked his defense team if Richard's wife, was okay and if his family was okay. The defense has obtained a video from the prison. One of the videos that we obtained shows the aftermath of something that happened to Richard Allen. Find attached a still shot of Richard Allen taken from a video that Westville produced. The defense does not have the exact date, but the video indicates that the video was taken between May 26th and May 30th, and the still shot is attached to this memorandum and filed as Exhibit 121. The defense is not sure exactly what happened to Richard Allen that caused him to look the way depicted in the still shot, whether it was self-harm or something else. The fact that Richard Allen is being watched by Odinites and the evidence strongly supports Odinite involvement in the murders causes great concern for the defense in terms of Rick's safety. Additionally, in Matt Hoffman's affidavit, you will find that at the last hearing on June 15, 2023, Rick was constantly pleading with the guards not to shock him. Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me. Matt Hoffman indicated that Rick made that comment in front of multiple guards and in front of multiple members of Rick's defense team. Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones's Facebook posts reveal his ties to Odinism. Find attached an image taken from Sergeant Jones's Facebook page marked as Exhibit 122. As you can see, the interlocking triangles that appear on Sergeant Jones's patch also appear in this photo. You will also notice a ruin in the left-hand corner of the photo. It's hard to see because it is black. Also remember that Sergeant Jones liked Sergeant Robinson's altar to Odin. The defense would request the court to review Max Baker's affidavit to learn of Sergeant Jones's involvement in guarding Richard Allen. It is nearly identical to Sergeant Robinson's involvement. Conclusion of Part 4. Hold on, I gotta get a drink. Okay. They don't teach you in law school what to do when your client, who is accused of murder, is being guarded by members of a religious cult whose members' evidence strongly supports were the actual murderers. Yet, that is where we are. At some point in time, coincidences cease to be coincidences. The fact that Legette did not want Richard Allen to be removed from Westville, purportedly over transportation issues, is curious. The fact that Odinites are guarding Richard is very concerning, or at the very least, curious, considering the evidence discussed in this memorandum. The fact that Sergeant Robinson stopped wearing his "In Odin We Trust" patches within days of Jerry Holman and the Unified Command learning that the defense was fully aware of the evidence linking Odinists to the crime scene, and that the Unified Command had avoided investigating Odinists is curious. Again, the court must determine whether Legette acted intentionally or recklessly when he omitted or lied about information when he, Legette, drafted the affidavit for the search warrant. The defense would ask the court to consider the Legette objecting to Richard Allen's transfer to Case County over transportation issues is evidence of intentionality in that Legette wanted Allen to remain in Westville guarded by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones and any other Odinite that the defense of whom the defense has not learned works at Westville. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go to Part 5, but I'm just going to check in with you guys and make sure you're all good here. Let's see, where are you? Okay, how's everybody? Good. This is the only exhibit right now that I showed you, that these patches, Sherry. I would show you anything as it becomes available in the document. Okay, back to Part 5. Richard Allen has no ties to Odinism or any religious cult and has no ties to the crime scene. Tony Legette has testified under oath that there is no DNA linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. Legette further has testified that he's unaware of anything that links Richard Allen to the crime scene through his phone, computers, or electronics. Legette has further testified that he is unaware of any evidence that links Richard Allen to any weird religious cult group. Jerry Holman has testified to the following. There is no DNA linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. No data extracted from Richard Allen's phone connects him to the murders. No data extracted from Libby's phone connected Richard to the murders. There is no evidence that Richard Allen is or was connected to any other suspects in the case. There is no evidence found on social media that connects Richard Allen to the murders. There is no evidence extracted from Richard Allen's computers that connects him to the murders. There is no fingerprint evidence that connects Richard Allen to the murders. This section is very short because there is simply no evidence linking Richard Allen to the murders. However, in his affidavit for search warrant, Legette attempted to drum up as much connectivity as he could muster between Richard Allen and the murders to convince the judge that it was more than likely than not that evidence of the murders would be found in Richard Allen's house and vehicles. Here essentially is what Legette swore and affirmed linked Richard Allen to the crime. 1. Richard was on the trails sometime between 1:30 and 3:30. 2. Richard owns a blue coat. 3. Richard owns guns. 4. Richard owns knives. 5. Legette's claim while withholding key evidence that a black Ford Focus was parked at the CPS building between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. 6. Legette's claim while withholding key evidence that Betsy Blair observed a man on a bridge that Legette claimed was Richard Allen. 7. Legette's claim that while withholding key evidence that Sarah Corbo observed a man walking down the road that Legette claimed, 1, was Richard Allen, and also 2, the same man that Betsy Blair viewed on the high bridge. And that's it. That's all. With all of this evidence linking Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Johnny Messer, and Rod Abrams to the murders, as discussed in Part 2, Legette did not seek a single search warrant for any of those high-level suspects. None. However, 26 days before the election, Legette made a choice to seek a search warrant for Richard Allen's house based upon the items 1 through 7 above. Let's run through this list one by one. 1. Richard Allen was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30. The single solitary source for this information is Dan Doolin from the Department of Natural Resources. Therefore, in order to confidently trust that Richard Allen actually said he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30, as stated in Legette's affidavit, Dan Doolin's work product would also have to be trusted. Words matter when talking to someone. For example, if the exchange between Dan Doolin and Richard Allen was this: Richard, we think the girls were abducted between 1:30 and 3:30. Were you on the trail at any point between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. on February 17th? And Richard Allen answered yes. That does not mean that Richard Allen was actually on the trail the entire time between 1:30 and 3:30. However, Doolin could memorize the exchange as Richard claiming he was on the trail the entire 2-hour time span. If so, Doolin's report would be inaccurate. Therefore, Doolin's accuracy in writing reports may need to be considered and scrutinized. The defense does not have to go very far in scrutinizing Doolin's accuracy in report writing. It can start with the report that Doolin wrote about his interaction with Richard Allen. The conversation between Richard Allen and Dan Doolin came when Richard Allen called the tip line to provide the limited information that he, Richard Allen, may have had from his time on the trail that day. Doolin and Richard met at a grocery store in Delphi. At the conclusion of Doolin's interview with Richard Allen, Doolin, prepared his report. However, Doolin screwed up the most basic of tasks, getting the name right. Doolin was so sloppy in drafting this report that he put Richard Allen's name into the system as Rick Allen, white man, before being forced to sell their house and move away from the community that they loved because of the horrific allegations that Rick brutally murdered 2 young girls. Richard Rick Allen and his wife Kathy lived for many years on Whitman Drive. This is probably the source of Doolin's mistake. Exhibit 123, Doolin's unclassified report, which shows DNR officer Dan Doolin identifying Richard Allen as Rick Allen Whitman in the system. Well, since we can't necessarily trust DNR Dan's accuracy in writing reports, at least there would be a tape recording that would be able to provide the precise words used by Richard Allen, right? Wrong. Find attached Exhibit 124, which is a report provided to the defense in discovery from DNR Dan concerning his interview of Richard Allen. In this report, DNR Dan wrote the following: I checked my audio recordings and I cannot find one for him. I will keep looking. because I am sure I recorded every interaction I had related to my assigned leads. Of course, another source of information of what time Richard Allen was on the trails that day is Richard Allen himself. As discussed previously in this memorandum, Richard Allen told Legette that he, Richard Allen, arrived on the trails around noon and left around 1:30. This was information that Legette concealed from the judge. Richard's black Ford Focus was not parked at the CPS building at 2:15, according to Betsy Blair. There was also information that Legette concealed that from the judge. Legette also failed to inform the judge that DNR Dan cannot be trusted to perform the most basic of tasks. When conducting an investigation, get the name right. Legette swearing under oath that Richard Allen was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 based upon Dan Doolin's lost and unrecorded interview may not be the best benchmark for the judge to rely on. Unfortunately, the judge would not know the unreliability of Doolin's report because Legette never let him know. 2. Richard Allen owns a blue coat, as do millions of other men. 3. Richard owns guns, as do millions of other men. 4. Richard owns knives, as do millions of other men. 5. His black Ford Focus was parked at the CPS building between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. As the court knows by now, at 2:15 p.m., Betsy Blair observed a vehicle parked at the old CPS parking lot that resembled a 1965 non-black Comet with an angular design. This was not Richard Allen's vehicle, and more importantly, Tony Legette concealed this fact from the judge. 6. Betsy Blair observed a man on a bridge that Legette claimed was Richard Allen. As the court knows by now, the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge was a 20-year-old kid with brown, poofy hair that did not resemble Rick Allen. This is not surprising considering that Rick Allen left the Monon Trail at 1:30 and therefore was not on the high bridge when Betsy Blair observed the 20-year-old kid. Rick's black Ford Focus was not at the CPS lot at 2:15, which is further evidence that Rick Allen was not on that bridge as he had already left the trails. Again, Legette concealed that Betsy Blair identified a young man on the bridge and not Rick Allen. Sarah Corbo observed a man walking down the road that Legette claims was Richard Allen and, 2, the same man that Betsy Blair viewed on the high bridge. As the court knows by now, Sarah observed a man wearing a tan coat and muddy pants. The man does not meet the description of the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge, which according to Legette is the same man that Corbo observed on 300 North. And because Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was not at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m. when Betsy Blair passed by and saw a 1965 Comet-looking car at the CPS lot, Richard Allen could not have been the man walking down 300 North. Legette lied to the judge when he, Legette, claimed that in 2017, Sarah observed a man with a blue coat and muddy and bloody clothing. Richard Allen is not connected to these horrific murders in any way. Legette attempted to convince the judge that evidence of these murders would be found in Rick's home over 5 years after the girls were murdered based upon the 7 enumerated reasons identified above. If Legette had been honest, then the judge would not have signed the warrant. Legette wasn't honest, though. Richard's lack of any connection whatsoever to the crime scene, combined with Legette's lies and concealments, merit a Franks hearing. To prevail on its request for this court to set the matter for a Franks hearing, the defense must make a substantial preliminary showing that omitted or false statements were made knowingly or intentionally or with reckless disregard. If the trial court concludes that omitted facts or false statements were necessary for finding of probable cause, the trial court should set a hearing on the defendant's request. Franks versus Delaware. Okay, let's go. The defense provided a very, very long and detailed analysis of the facts because the court must determine whether evidence exists that Legette actually acted intentionally or that Legette acted with reckless disregard. The defense believes that the very long and detailed analysis of the facts was necessary to provide a very strong foundation from which this court could conclude that Legette acted intentionally or with reckless disregard. Or more simply put, the very detailed analysis of the facts allows the court to conclude that yes, the omitted information and false information identified in the memorandum is the type of information that the judge would have wanted to know before signing the warrant. Wherefore, Richard Allen, by and through his attorneys, Andrew J. Baldwin and Bradley A. Rossi, request that this court set this case for a Franks hearing, at which time the defense will be asking for the search warrant to be deemed illegal and the fruits of the illegal warrant to be suppressed. And that is the end of that. Oh my goodness, that was long. Okay. So, what does everybody think now? What does everybody think now? It would be difficult to redress someone who was completely limp. Yes, it would be very difficult to do that alone. Yes, I agree. So, what do you think now? Do you believe that? Let me take a poll. Let me do a poll here. Start a poll. Okay, you've got the poll, and please, if you would, hit the thumbs up. That would be very nice. Hello, Michael. I think they should give Richard Allen a lie detector test to see if he is lying or not. If he killed the girls, he's already admitted to killing the girls, and that's evidence right there. Carolyn, do you have the 12-page Odin report the officer from Westville gave the unified command? Let me see what I have here. Hang on. Let me see if that was released. Now this is another picture of Richard Allen looking extremely, extremely thin. Look at that. Wow, that doesn't even look like the same person. Let me see here. Doodly doodly doo. 53 would be page 53. I think it just merely mentions. Let me see. Yeah, the defense received it, but it's not in here, so it's probably not able to be released to the public yet. Yeah, I just read that, Sherry. I don't believe it's been released to the public yet. Anyway, let's see what our poll is doing. So let's see if our poll is a little different than yesterday, honestly. Do you believe the defense document that evidence was suppressed and others may be responsible? And 53% say yes, and 47% say no. And yesterday it was a completely different poll, where most people were believing that Richard Allen was still fully responsible for this, and that this was a bunch of BS. And now, while finishing the document, our poll has drastically changed. So that's interesting, isn't it? Okay, anything else anyone wants to point out about that? Let me see something. Court documents revealed horrifying new claims in the murders of 2 young girls in Delphi, Indiana, alleging the possibility that their deaths were actually part of a ritualistic sacrifice. The new allegations were made in court filings by attorneys representing Richard Allen, the man charged with killing 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German in 2017, which asserted the girls died in a ritualistic sacrifice by white nationalists who practiced a Norse pagan religion and said that their client was not involved. The girls were killed after a relative dropped them off at a hiking trail near the Mononhai Bridge, just outside their hometown of Delphi, about 60 miles northwest of Indianapolis. Their bodies were found the next day in rugged, heavily wooded area near the trail. Richard Allen has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Defense attorneys Andrew J. Baldwin and Bradley A. Rossi revealed the shocking new claims in a 136-page memorandum, which they said supports Allen's request for a hearing to contest the validity of a search warrant. The filing asserted that several white nationalists practicing the religion Odinism ritualistically sacrificed the girls, and nothing linked Richard Allen to Odinism or any religious cult. Defense attorney said no forensics, including DNA and no electronic data extracted from computers, phones, or social media, have linked Richard Allen to the crime scene. Furthermore, he had no connection to the Odinist suspects, according to court documents. Richard Allen had nothing to do with this crime, but rather is an innocent man, a patsy for the police, arrested 26 days before an election. Allen's trial is scheduled for January of 2024. Okay, so, I don't know, there seems there's a little bit of craziness there, isn't it? Let's see. So, go back over here, please. Stop. Trying to close this. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to check something over here for a minute. And this is a picture of, that's a picture of Abby with Brad Holder's son that was posted on Twitter by Jennifer Coffendorfer, who said it's from Trendy Views, and saying that this is a photo of Abby with her then beau, who is being discussed due to that 100-plus page document. Let's see. Someone said in a comment, the information that's been released is so specific, I'm leaning towards believing it. But what is the motive of the investigators to ignore all of the information that was brought to them? Are they part of that cult? And others say, I think this guy did this all by himself. So there is a lot of division on that. So I don't know what you guys are thinking here according to the poll. Let me go take another look at it. Where's my... Somehow I lost my... Hold on, let me go over here because I lost my thingy. My thingy.
Hey, lady. We have a ton of these KitchenAid samples in stock.
Poll is that, okay, the majority of you right now, 58%, are believing that yes, this information in this document, you believe that evidence was suppressed and others may be responsible. So you've got 56% that believe that information was suppressed, omitted, and that others may be responsible for this. And then 44% of you are saying, I'm not fooled by this, that I still believe it's Richard Allen that did this. So interesting. Michael says, answer me this question. Why would you admit to a murder that you didn't do if you really didn't do it? Who said he did it? Well, first of all, he pled not guilty. I think you're talking about something that he supposedly, allegedly said something to his wife on a phone call, but they're answering that for you here. They're saying that he was threatened and intimidated, that if he didn't do this, that she would be killed. That's their answer for this, Michael. Caroline, why would his bullet be at the crime scene? Can you answer that question? That's a good question to ask. Because they're saying they talked about that bullet. Okay, let me read you the part about the bullet. Hang on. Okay. So, it should be noted that as of the date of this memo, hold on a minute, it's just in my way. The defense has no photographs of the bullet allegedly found between the girls after it was removed from the ground. No photo or video, for example, shows the bullet as it was being pulled out of the ground. No photo or video of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground. No video or photograph of all sides of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground. No photographs of the bullet next to the measuring device to show its length. No photos that show what the bullet looked like once it was pulled out of the ground could provide proof that it is the same bullet that ended up in the evidence locker room. Shockingly, in his deposition, Sheriff Legette admitted that he also has not seen any photographs of the purported bullet taken once the bullet was pulled from the ground. In other words, the only photos that the defense has found in the discovery it has received are of the bullet still buried in the ground. At this time, the defense has no idea photos of the bullet after it has been removed from the ground even exist, or two, the photos exist, but the state has not yet turned those important photographs over to the defense, or the defense has missed them in the voluminous discovery. Either way, the defense has asked the prosecution to please locate the photographs. That's why. They're saying that how can they know that the bullet that was pulled is the same one that's in the evidence room? Okay? Let's face it, it wouldn't be the first time somebody planted evidence, right? We're not naive enough to believe that evidence has not been planted sometimes in cases, right? Because it has. So what they're saying now, why are there no photographs? And if there are photographs, when it's being pulled immediately, why doesn't the defense have them? That's what's going on with that, Michael. Okay, whoopsie. I'm trying to see what... Okay. And Michael says, but they have a bullet that's evidence. Right there, he's guilty. No, are you listening, Michael? How do you know it wasn't planted? How can you be sure it wasn't planted if they don't have the photographs of it being taken out and measured and identified? But they got a bullet that they found. Yeah, but you're not understanding, Michael, what it says in the memorandum. The memorandum is saying there are no pictures that were given to the defense about the bullet as it was pulled from the ground. Okay, let's see here. So that's a typical accusation. That is why you have a chain of custody witness test. Yes. Hi, Historic. I think this is too much info to all be false, Historic Publishing said. Remember, folks, this is a public defender acting more dedicated than many private attorneys do. This is not often the case. Yes, I believe you on that one. They are very dedicated. Yes, they are. I thought that myself as well. You're undecided, Sherry. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at that vote again. Still, it's close. It's different than yesterday, but 52% of the people that voted say yes, they believe this defense document, that evidence was suppressed, and others may be responsible, and 48% say no. So I'm going to end that poll right there. Very different than yesterday. Very different than yesterday. Okay. So let's see. Any other questions on that? I just want to go over this silly explanation of the Corey Richins about the letter that was confiscated in her cell and her explanation of this. This is really grand. Okay, so accused murderer Corey Richins says the letter that was written to her mother instructing her brother to say her slain husband obtained drugs from Mexico and overdosed is for a book she plans to write. According to the Summit County court documents, Summit County deputies in Utah found Richins' handwritten letter to her mother, Lisa Darden, during the search of her cell. She instructed Darden to tell her brother to repeat. Eric told redacted name that he got pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico for workers on the ranch. She's currently behind bars, charged with killing her husband by lacing his Moscow Mule drink with drugs. Court documents indicate that when deputies found that letter entitled Walk the Dog, Richins claimed that it was for a fictional book she's writing that details her stay inside of a Mexican prison. Oh my gosh, please. Those papers were not a letter to you guys, Richins told her mother during a September 16th jail call. They were part of my freaking book. I was writing this fictional mystery book. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Prosecutors, however, say the letter asked her mother to facilitate witness tampering involving her brother, seeking to have her brother support a false factual narrative. Richins also told Darden to give her brother the instructions in person because she's afraid that her mother's house and phone are bugged. Prosecutors added that they found the letter hidden in an LSAT prep book inside the defendant's cell. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that special? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's for a book she was writing, folks. It's nothing to see here, just a book she was writing. You write about what you know. Now she knows about life in a prison. She's just going to make it a Mexican prison. And of course, it had nothing to do any kind of evidence, jury tampering or witness tampering. It had nothing to do with that. Absolutely none. Absolutely, it makes no sense, Sherry. It's senseless. Yeah, total no sense. Okay, let me do this. And let me do this. And let's see if anything else is going on. Oh my goodness. Alex Murdaugh accepted his plea deal. Let's see what Murdaugh is doing. Mr. Murdaugh. Go over there, Mr. Murdaugh. Go over there, Mr. Murdaugh. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. So, convicted double murderer Alex Murdaugh pled guilty on Tuesday to 22 federal counts related to swindling his former clients and law firm. Murdaugh accepted a plea deal with the U.S. Department of Justice that may require him to submit to a polygraph test about criminal activity and hidden assets. In accepting the plea deal, Alex Richard Alexander Murdaugh, right? Let's use his full name, admitted that his crimes date back to 2011. In March, Alex was convicted of killing his wife and son, Maggie and Paul, at the family's hunting property in Colton County, Moselle. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before his murder convictions, Alex was disbarred for allegedly embezzling more than $8.7 million from his former law firm to fuel a drug addiction. During the trial, Alex Murdaugh admitted to some of the financial crimes covered in the federal case against him. Murdaugh has appealed his murder convictions and is seeking a new trial. Earlier this month, his attorneys filed motions accusing a court clerk of jury tampering. Murdaugh is scheduled to stand trial in state court on November 27th, and that's going to be about the case of the fraud for Gloria Satterfield, his former housekeeper nanny, who had a fall at his house and died afterwards, and the money that he sued himself for, which was allegedly supposed to be for her son's behalf, and they never got anything. And he got over $4 million. Okay? So that's what's going to happen on November 27th. Hold on one little second here. One little second, please. Okay. And let's see what else is going on in this world of crime. Bijou Phillips files for divorce from Danny Masterson. That's that 70s star that was convicted, right, and sentenced. Let's see what else. What is going on here? An artist is ordered to pay $77,000 to a museum for providing 2 blank canvases called "Take the Money and Run." What? A woman stands in... Oh my goodness. In Denmark, this is crazy. Is this for real or is this a joke? What the heck? That's just wacko. I'm going to get into that. That's just stupidity. Not even worth my breath. Not worth my breath. Especially after reading all of that. I got some stupidity there. Cops look for armed and dangerous boyfriend who stabbed an Ohio mother of 3 to death. Okay, so we have another manhunt, people. Unless they found him. Okay. See if they're going to get all up in arms with this manhunt and you be in Ohio. Police in Ohio are looking for an armed and dangerous man. They say he stabbed his girlfriend, a mom of 3, to death and fled the scene. Jessica Dupree's mother, who lived with her daughter, told the Orville police that she had been arguing with her boyfriend, Sean Ross, before he stabbed her and left. Ross fled in a red Chevy Traverse, which was later found abandoned several blocks away. Police searched the area but could not find the suspect. Investigators found a bloody knife, believed to be the murder weapon, at the scene of the crime. Police have asked the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification to assist. Anyone with information should contact them at 330-684-5025. Okay, so I guess, I don't know if that's just coming out. Let's see if we can find out any more information here. Murder and manhunt leaves the community on the edge. 39-year-old woman found stabbed to death early Tuesday morning. So let's see if there's been any. This is from earlier. Let's see if there's been any update here on this manhunt, if he's been found. Not even seeing it on their first page of their news there. Let's see if we do a little search here. Okay, so we have...
When the great outdoors calls, backcountry is the answer. Step up your...
Be quiet. A manhunt is underway in Elmore County after a suspect fled on foot following an attempted traffic stop. Well, that doesn't sound like what they just told us there. Let's see here. Let's try something else, okay? Well, I don't understand this, so if this is really true here, I don't know, but Let me see. Let me go to. This is kind of really ridiculous here. Who's in Ohio? Do you have a manhunt going on now? It's if you try Google with that, you're not even gonna. It's not even pulling up anything. Ohio manhunt. A man who murdered girlfriend. Man arrested. Is it? He may be arrested. Yes, he has been arrested. Okay. After manhunt, he's been arrested. It's everybody can calm down. The Orville Police Department is investigating the death of a 39-year-old woman Tuesday morning and has arrested her boyfriend in connection with the murder. The woman has been identified as Jessica Dupree. The suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Sean L. Ross. Court affidavit shows Ross has been charged with aggravated murder, domestic violence, and disrupting public service. Okay, so hold on a minute, my computer's locking up. It's probably... So I guess they didn't need the services of those roving YouTube manhunt people. Would have been more than happy to go and stare at an intersection with 17,000 people. And then board an airplane just as the suspect is captured. Oh, gosh. That's some bad luck, isn't it? Okay. Come on, Google. Sorry that this is not letting me navigate back to our page. There we go. Now I just have to restart my Google Chrome again because it doesn't want to play nice. It's not wanting to play nice. It's okay. Let me get you guys. Hang on. YouTube. Okay. Content. Live. To live studio. All right, there we go. Thank you. And if you could hit the thumbs up, that would be great. Hi, Jeanette. What time did the girls get dropped off at the Manhattan Bridge? You mean the Monenhigh Bridge? Time. 1:35 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. Okay, so let's see what else is going on. A missing 11-year-old boy was found safe at the indoor pool at Cambridge High School 5 hours after a frantic search for him. That's good. That is good. Okay, so let's look at this. I know about the, here's the, we talked about this last night. Well, here's a picture of the victims of that horrible family annihilation where they say the victims were not, did not, or the suspect is not among the victims. So let's look at this family that lost their lives yesterday along with their 3 dogs. They're all gone now. And it's a very strange case. Chicago family of 4 was found dead over the weekend. They've been identified. It is not a murder-suicide, okay? Right now, we're investigating it as a murder. Police performed the welfare check at the home at 8:45 p.m. Sunday after Alberto failed to show up for work at 6 a.m. Was unreachable by phone all day. A member of the family did not show up for work at 6 a.m. on the morning of Sunday, September 17th, and did not respond to phone calls throughout the day. So that's why the welfare check was called in by a family member. Officers discovered the bodies of the victims along with their 3 dogs with fatal gunshot wounds. The shootings likely occurred sometime between 9 p.m. Saturday night and 5 a.m. Sunday morning. As of Tuesday, the killer is still at large. Family members said they don't know anyone who would want to hurt the victims, or at least any reason why someone would want to kill them. Zareta's mother, Lydia, said the family had just recently moved to Romeoville after purchasing their home for around $250,000 5 months ago. She said the last time she spoke to her daughter was over the weekend when the family was settling in to watch a movie. Neighbors said the family was quiet, kept to themselves. Alberto worked at a beverage factory, and he would often hand out beer in the neighborhood because he didn't drink. It's so sad, you know, said Carol Love, a neighbor. But nice people. They didn't bother anyone. I hope they find out who did it. Wouldn't she be, terrified as the neighbor? Police say they don't believe the public is in danger due to the time that has elapsed since the killings, and they didn't ask the community to take shelter. Due to the time frame that has gone by, more than 18 hours from the time we were contacted, we're not asking anyone to shelter in place. We are not actively looking for anybody in the area. Oh, that's good. Anyone with information is asked to call the Romeoville police at 815-886-7219. The victims, Alberto Roland, Zareta Bartolome, are in their 30s. They're later identified the 2 children as Adriel, 10, and Diego, 7. Very sad. Okay, so that's just so weird. Okay. Okay, so Jeanette's talking about something else that we're not talking about. I know, Barb, I don't get it either. Barb says, what do you mean they're not looking for anyone in the area? It's crazy, Barb. They must have some information via phone or something. I don't know that. Who knows? They have to know something, and these neighbors are not at all concerned, it seems like, that someone could just show up and kill their whole family. So I don't know. There's more going on than meets the eye, definitely, but what a shame. Let me see if we could find out any more stuff and maybe some comments of something. Let's see. Okay, so here's something else. Now, Romeoville family murdered was not a random act, police say. as the memorial grows outside their home. A small memorial of flowers and candles is growing outside the home where a family of 2 adults and 2 children and their pet dogs were found dead on Sunday. Hold on a second. It just popped out. The Romeoville murders were not a random act, police said. The 4 victims were found in their home in Romeoville on Concord Avenue, just off Independence Boulevard. Neighbors were left stunned by the gruesome discovery as police continued to search for the person or people who did this. Police say Sunday night, when conducting a well-being check, they found 4 victims dead inside their house on Concord Avenue in the Hampton Park subdivision. 38-year-old Alberto Roland and 32-year-old Zareta Bartolome. Now, let's see. Authorities have, blah, blah, blah. We know the sons. We just read about the sons. No federal law enforcement agencies have been brought in or asked to assist in the investigation. Officials at the FBI, ATF, and DEA all said they have not been contacted by Romeoville to join in the murder investigation. Federal drug investigators would typically be called in if there were signs of a drug cartel's involvement. In a recorded video statement released on Tuesday, Romeoville's Deputy Chief of Police Chris Burns said detectives and crime scene investigators have been working tirelessly on this case. Our detectives and crime scene investigators have spent the last 36 hours collecting a tremendous amount of physical evidence. We were able to determine that this was not a random incident. Neighbors say they were a hard-working family who just moved into the home in April. Like a close-knit family as far as I could tell, and they just stayed to themselves, the neighbors said. Had outings in their backyard a lot of times with just family, and both of them worked. She worked days and he worked nights, so they just crossed paths on the way. There were some details of a 2019 bankruptcy filing for the married couple. According to the court filing, Roland and Bartolome said they were both employed. Roland worked with a spirits, wine, and beer distributor out of Aurora, while Bartolome said she worked in quality control for a manufacturing plant in Lombard. At the time, the couple said they owned no firearms, and their largest debts included student loans, which totaled more than $26,000. With few answers, one of the victims' relatives took to social media pleading for the community's help, saying, and I quote, "Please contact police if you know or see anything." One of the victim's siblings wrote, "I want to know what happened to my nephews, my sister, her husband, and why." The Valley View School District Superintendent of Schools, Rachel Kinder, released a statement to families saying in part, 2 of our R.C. Hill elementary school students tragically lost their lives in a senseless act of gun violence at their residence in Romeoville. The school initiated their crisis response plan, saying, "We have trained professionals, including counselors, social workers, and psychologists who are available for students needing support. I'm just hoping they find who did this and they get what's coming to them," a neighbor said. Neighbors were confused how no one heard any gunshots. Residents are having a hard time sleeping knowing the killer is still out there. "My niece, her bedroom is right there by the driveway," a neighbor said, "and she didn't hear anything. And she's got 2 little dogs, and one of them, if he hears anything, it will bark and nothing." Police said the victims were killed sometime between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. They offered no motive or description of a shooter. Investigators are seeking assistance from the community in providing anything, including Ring doorbell footage, if they believe it may be helpful to the investigation. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Romeoville Police Department at 815-886-7219. Wow, that is just crazy, isn't it? So, for a cartel, FBI is not involved. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms is not involved. So that's highly unlikely. So what is going on there? Very crazy. Very, very crazy. Unless, I don't know, is it some ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, somebody that would do this, a deranged family member? I don't know. For them to believe it's not a random act, they have information. Yeah, Barb, something is crazy there. I don't know. I guess we'll find out more. Let me see if I can glean anything more from anything from... Let's see. Let's check on here. Okay, let's see if we have any. Oh, nothing there. 61. Let's try and see this now. Okay, so there's no cameras in the area, or the neighbors don't have cameras at all. Just sad and crazy, someone said. They have some video which they're looking at. We will know probably in the next few days who did this, someone said. Were they in the witness protection? We will never know. I mean, come on, someone said. The neighborhood heard nothing. Let's see. Okay, that's not telling us anything. Let's see another one if they have anything. Oh boy. No, it doesn't look like anybody's having, try one more. People just look like they really don't know what's going on here. Yeah, let's see here. Nothing. One more. I don't know. There's nothing going on here. One more. Nobody's saying anything about anything. That's just very odd. This is like so crazy. All right, so I don't see anything here. More breaking news. We already went through that. 27 comments. Anybody? All right. No, I can't find any more information on that yet. Oh my gosh. Here is another woman charged with a murder for hire plot. Now this is the third one We have Corey Richins. Well, she killed him herself. Okay, but then we had Lindsay Shiver. And we have Shanna Gardner, who was successful. And this is crazy. What are these people? They're just like, you're not going to get away with murder. Okay, lady? An Oklahoma woman has been charged with hiring someone to kill her estranged husband. But she and her supporters say the man set her up. John Velas told police days before he was found shot to death. Oh, she actually shot him to death. Okay, I thought this was just a plot. I thought he was still alive. Wow. Oh, lady. Before he was found shot to death in a Lawton City park, that was told about the plot by a man who said Susan Hunter tried to hire him. According to the court documents, Hunter solicited a man on several occasions in July. Wow, they all did this in July. Do you realize this? Not Shiver. You know who I'm thinking of? I'm sorry. It's Shiver, and it's that one with the horse show. That's the one I'm thinking of. That wasn't successful. But this woman was. But all three of them were doing this in July. Oh, wow. Okay. According to the court documents, Hunter solicited a man on several occasions in July to kill Velas, offering to pay him $10,000, a house in Lawton, and to pay off his truck loan. The man also told police that someone from Hunter's family threatened him with a gun when he turned down the offers. Velas and Hunter were going through a lengthy divorce, complicated by multiple properties that they own. Police responded to Elmer Thomas Park early on September 4th when someone reported shots fired in the area and found Velas dead. Our victim did indicate that someone tried to approach him, a hired hand for the property, saying, "Hey, I believe your wife wants you dead," said Lawton Police Sergeant Chris Blessing. Hunter was arrested and charged with solicitation for first-degree murder, but Hunter told the television station she didn't do it. She's the victim of domestic abuse and that Velas set up cameras at their home to record her every movement. Count them. Cameras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, she said. There are 12 cameras aimed at me and my house. Court documents reveal that Velas violated multiple restraining orders. Hunter also told the news station that the man who told Velas she tried to hire him was a disgruntled tenant on a property she managed. The owner of that property, Michael Montgomery, said that Hunter hired him to provide security because Velas frequently followed her and took pictures of her guests and their vehicles. It's either a coincidence or it was something he set up to frame her. While police have arrested Hunter for solicitation, they have not said if they have a suspect for the murder. I don't know what's going on here. This is crazy. But we'll follow up on that, see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, the horse show. I've reported on that. They had a horse show that, I don't know, it was around for a season or so, and then it was off. She was the wealthy woman out in California, tried to have her husband killed. Covered it a couple of times, Jeanette. Okay. All right. Hi, Al. Okay. All right, let's see what else we have here. All right, murders of Illinois family of four, not random. Cops say neighbors wonder why they didn't hear shots. Okay, what is this about? What is this about? A former BBC children's TV host who was fired for posing topless has sparked uproar again over a recent holiday snap. Sarah Jane Honeywell lost her role hosting CBeebies, a British show for children, back in 2011 after taking part in a naked photo shoot for animal rights group PETA. The controversial photo shoot saw the television host pose nude on a plate of food in London and blah, 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 blah. Let's see what's going on now. Okay, so they're upset. People are outraged about this. Here we go. This is the outrage. This is the outrage. The outrage. These are boys. Mother's appearing topless. While her breasts aren't visible in the shot, some followers called out Sarah Jane's decision to expose her body in front of her sons, pointing out there were also other beachgoers in sight. I could not do that in front of my kids, one woman stated. Your poor boys, another lamented, as another raged. Not in front of the children. Sarah Jane has since spoken out about the backlash to the holiday snap, explaining she's been mom-shamed regularly since welcoming Phoenix 9 and Indiana 5 with her husband, Aidan Callahan. I am constantly mom-shamed. I've come to expect it. But I certainly wasn't expecting such an uproar when I shared my snaps from our recent holiday to Spain. She went on to explain the photo was just the silhouette of my body, but regardless, people were outraged. My comment section was flooded with strangers concerned about my poor boys. It was madness. They're just boobs. Sarah Jane, who is now back working for the BBC hosting a weekly radio show, said she's being mom-shamed while taking her kids to school, claiming she's been scolded in the flesh for her parenting. I have had people come up to me on the school run to tell me off about my parenting to my face. I've even had a telling off from the boys' headmaster for Phoenix's sloppy uniform. What can I do? I can't tie a tie and Aiden is away. Phoenix had to wear it, so I just tied it in a bow. I thought it was hilarious, but the headmaster was quick to give me a dressing down about my life skills. Honestly, who cares about how my 8-year-old is dressed? Sarah Jane, who has been sober for 22 years after developing a cocaine addiction in the 20s, explained she has developed quite a thick skin. However, the presenter previously admitted she lost her identity after being fired by the BBC, stating it was impossible to maintain saintly persona expected of her. In a post on Instagram last year, Sarah Jane shared a behind-the-scenes photo from the infamous shoot, describing it as a life-changing moment. Standing up for something you believe in, fully applauded you now and then, one follower commented upon the image of her removing her clothes. Thank you for speaking up for the animals, another said. Okay, so not sure who she is. Maybe you in the UK know? I don't know. Okay, let me put this here. Alright. And onward. Let's see what else we have. Amazon driver is in a serious condition. Oh my goodness. He was bitten by a rattlesnake. Where did that happen? Arizona? Florida. Yikes. An Amazon driver is in serious condition at the hospital after getting bitten by a massive, highly venomous rattlesnake while delivering a package in Florida. Wow. Okay, let's see what this is. Nikes. A driver delivering a package to a Palm City home Monday evening was bitten by an eastern diamondback rattlesnake, which was coiled up near the front door of the delivery location. It happened in the Highland Reserve community. The driver walked to the door and put the package down and was struck by the snake in the back of the leg, just above the knee. She immediately became ill and called 911. Dispatchers were able to pinpoint the victim's exact location through cell phone GPS coordinates and then send help. She was transported to the hospital where she is in very serious condition. Wow. It happened in the... Hold on a minute. Eastern diamondbacks are highly venomous snakes and are very common to this area. Wow. Crazy, huh? Okay. Hang on. All right. Put that there. We'll go back over here. And we're going to see what this is about. What is this about? Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's put this over here. Go on. Look at that. Look at that, right? Does it look nice? Tourist plummets 300 feet to death after crossing a ladder on Instagram. Popular mountain. A 42-year-old British man plummeted 300 feet to his death in Austria after slipping off of a ladder bridge in the Dachstein Mountains, a popular place tourists flock to for a good Instagram photo. That's a woman, so that person hopefully is still alive. The unknown victim was alone on the famous 130-foot ladder when he experienced trouble and fell into the valley below. You mean they don't even have a line on them or anything? That's crazy. Absolutely nuts. The ladder is promoted as the new top attraction for climbing enthusiasts, which notes the climb is done in 4 stages, with the latter awaiting as the ultimate adrenaline. Hold on. The climb is listed as a via ferrata or iron path, a climb that uses steel cables, rungs, pegs, and ladders that climbers are attached to via a harness for their safety. So what happened to his harness? The unknown victim was alone on the famous 130-foot ladder when he fell into the valley below. 2 helicopters and multiple officers from 2 nearby police departments recovered the man's body from the gorge. On Instagram, thousands of thrill seekers have shared their experience of ascending the hair-raising tourist attraction, with some using its nickname, the Stairway to Heaven. The climb is rated moderate difficult and is not ideal for beginners. Well, what happened to the harness? Earlier this month, a 55-year-old Virginia man died while he attempted to complete the grueling 24-mile rim-to-rim hike of the Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon, why are we talking about that now? Okay. I don't know. I don't know why his harness wasn't on. I don't know what the heck is going on there. All right, let's see now. That's crazy. It's really very sad. All right, where are you now? That's not good. That looks scary as all get out, okay? It looks like breathtaking. Yeah, it might be nice, but it looks like scary as all craziness. That, I don't know. What happened to his harness? So what do you mean he was alone? Like, what was he there? Or you? I don't know. That's crazy. I feel like I'm getting anxiety looking at this woman. Okay, let me see here now. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get another. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this is about. A Dallas public defender is charged while having a relationship with an inmate, disclosing sensitive victim information. Huh. Let's see, is this? This is the attorney here? That's the attorney. Over there. Go on. Go on, get over there. Black eyes, or what's going on there? An attorney with the Dallas County Public Defender's Office is now facing a felony charge while having a relationship with an inmate she was previously assigned to represent, according to the Dallas County Sheriff's Office. Arresting documents say the attorney, Reagan Moreno, 28, then handed over sensitive case information regarding a victim in a criminal case involving the inmate's brother that led to the victim being threatened via text by the inmate from his jail tablet. Moreno now faces 1 count of abuse of official capacity and was booked into the Dallas County Jail last week. She has since bonded out. Sources with the Dallas County. So Moreno was assigned through the public defender's office to represent an inmate named Todd Whitfield on a misdemeanor case. The source said that's how the two met and how their relationship began. The sheriff's office then clarified late Monday evening that Moreno wasn't currently representing Whitfield. The source added that's because the misdemeanor case was dismissed recently. The misdemeanor case is for burglary of vehicles, but Whitfield is being held in the county lockup for several probation violations. Per Moreno's arrest documents, detectives with the Dallas County Intelligence Office received a tip on September 9th about a recent hours-long visit involving Moreno and Whitfield. Detectives wrote that Whitfield and Moreno had communicated multiple times via his jail phone records. Whitfield also recently started calling Moreno, using several other inmates' accounts to avoid authorities monitoring their conversations. That's what Murdaugh was doing. Detectives, well, he was getting a different number. Remember that he was getting, he was punished for that? So that's why he was probably doing it. Allegedly. Detectives say the content of the conversations were suspiciously personal, leading investigators to believe the two were in a relationship. On September 5th, detectives wrote that Whitfield called Moreno while she was driving into a covered parking lot next to Frank Crowley Court's building adjacent to the North Tower Detention Facility at Lew Sterrett. Per the call, detectives say that Whitfield instructed Moreno to look for him in the jail and that he was waving a towel in front of his cell window. Per her arrest documents, Moreno revealed to Whitfield that she was there to expose herself to him. Oh my gosh. But couldn't because a marked Dallas County Marshal vehicle was nearby. On September 12th, investigators wrote that Whitfield called Moreno from jail and asked that she look up his brother's criminal proceedings and prior case information. Moreno is not representing Whitfield's brother in any criminal proceedings per investigators. In that call, investigators wrote that Moreno revealed the initials for at least 3 complaints, victims involved in Whitfield's brother's assault and family violence cases dating back to 2020. Whitfield's brother even joined the call at one time per investigators, where the complaint... Hold on a minute. Where the complaint in his pending assault involving serious bodily injury was discussed. Later that day, investigators wrote that Whitfield sent e-messages to a victim involved in the pending case, which read that Whitfield doesn't have much longer in jail and that he doesn't care who baby mama she is. Another message per investigators read, I swear you haven't met me, but you will, and how you meet me depends all on you. Moreno, per her arrest documents, used her county-issued laptop to access restricted web-based search engines to view criminal records and probable cause affidavits. It's not clear if Moreno has obtained legal counsel. Per the State Bar of Texas, Moreno has no disciplinary history. A spokesperson from the agency said it's possible, however, that the agency may be called to investigate the matter. The severest outcome may result in Moreno losing her license to practice law in the state. Having a relationship with a client isn't illegal in Texas, but law experts spoke who said it can be perceived as highly unethical, specifically if it involves taxpayer-funded agency like the Public Defender's Office. Oh my gosh, what a mess. What a mess. Okay, well, where are the black eyes from? What don't we know about the black eyes? Why don't we know about the black eyes? Okay. All right, let's go back. see. Let's see if there's anything else here. Two women, we got that already. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay. Oh my gosh, a woman gave birth to daughter at a 50 Cent concert. Okay. Where were you born, honey? At the 50 Cent concert? Okay. Trying to see if there's anything here that to go over here about this stuff, and I'm trying to see here. There's not that much on that. Not too much. They say Prince William went jogging, and he doesn't look like he's jogging. He looks like he's like desperately running away from someone. It just doesn't look like a nice jog. But apparently nobody noticed him jogging in Central Park, huh? Okay. What happened here? Who's this? What is it? Billy Miller? Wait a minute. Who is this? Billy Miller, who played Billy Abbott. I don't watch The Young and the Restless anymore. I mean, I haven't watched it in years and years and years. But apparently he died. 43 years old. Let's find out why. It says, after battling depression, Emmy Award-winning soap opera actor Billy Miller has died after struggling with manic depression. The actor, best known for his roles on The Young and the Restless and General Hospital, passed away Friday in Austin, Texas. He was 43 years old. Cause of death has yet to be revealed. He first landed his television role as Richie Novak on ABC's All My Children in 2007. A year later, he was cast as Billy Abbott on The Young and the Restless. Billy Abbott. Who would have been his mother? I don't even know. Maybe I saw him at one time. That would have just had Ethan. I don't know. He earned 3 Daytime Emmy Awards for his performance on the CBS soap opera, wherein he starred from 2008 to 2014. Those wins included 2 trophies for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Drama Series and 1 for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama Series. He returned to ABC in 2014 to play Drew Kane and Jason Morgan on General Hospital. He was played two different characters. He was a series regular on the show until 2019. His other acting credits include roles in Suits as Ray Donovan, Truth Be Told, NCIS, The Rookie, and the 2015 Oscar-nominated film American Sniper, which I have never seen. And, I was a blogger on that. I had the DVD, and I don't know what happened. Jimmy never wanted to watch it when we wanted. I never saw that, and that keeps coming up every now and then, and I realize I've never seen that. The actor was best known for his roles on The Young, the Restless, and General Hospital. Miller is survived by his mother, Patricia, his sister, Megan, his brother-in-law, Ronnie, his nephew, Grayson, and his niece, Charlie. He also leaves behind a great many friends and colleagues who will miss his warm personality, his generous spirit, and his genuine kindness. Per his management, memorial services are pending at this time. Donations can be made to the Texas Scottish Rite Hospital for Children. Very sad. What's going on, guys? Maybe we already discussed this. Treat Williams, the actor, died too? I didn't know till a few days ago, wasn't it? Treat Williams. Yeah, I think that was some time, right? What was it, Beth? Barb? Beth? What was it, Barb? Fans slammed Bethany Frankel for saying a TJ Maxx cashier couldn't afford a $70 makeup palette after the skinny girl mogul went viral for controversially giving an employee a bag of her used makeup products. Oh, that's lovely, Bethany. I'm sure she really appreciated your used makeup products. Kidding me? Frankie doubled down in giving away her barely used beauty products in a new TikTok Sunday, even though she admitted that she might be getting canceled for it. Thousands of users shared their opinions in the comments of the new video, and one fan in particular asked why the TJ Maxx employee named Consuela can't afford one of the items. Patrick Top Hallett. Because she's a cashier at TJ Maxx, Frankel replied. Frankel's response upset many fans who called her out for her tone-deaf comment. That's ignorant. A cashier at TJ Maxx can afford it if they save it. Comes across entitled and rude, one user commented. Bethany tone-deaf, stop it, another person wrote. What's wrong with you? Someone else bluntly asked. Bethany really becoming just Ramona Jr. more and more every day. Another user tweeted, referring to the famously rude Ramona singer. Beth has this holier-than-thou attitude, like she's doing everyone a favor. The employee looks scared. Social cues were missed, someone else noted. In the original, since-deleted video, Frankel, 52 years old, showed up to a TJ Maxx store with a bag of various products that makeup companies had given her, and she filmed herself as she went up to one of the cashiers and offered her the bag. The employee appeared to be thankful, but also hesitant and nervous, and nervously told Frankel that she wasn't sure if she could accept it because of the store's company policies. "I'll get in trouble for taking it. We're not allowed to take any kind of gratuity or gifts," she said to the camera. The Real Housewives of New York City alumni sighed and left the bag with her anyway and told her she was going to message the company on Instagram to make an exception. Frankel immediately received criticism from users who responded to the video online, including her friend turned nemesis, Carol Radziwill. "Who sent this to me? LOL. I mean, stop this nonsense. So much to unpack. I'm not getting paid to do this any longer, but here, one word, white savior complex." She tweeted over a video of the TikTok on Friday. "She looks petrified that Bethany just made her lose her job," one person tweeted. "Why wouldn't she take it to a battered women's shelter or something like that? This is so offensive," another user wondered. "Bethany has done a lot of good things with her charity, but this isn't one of them. This is cringeworthy and tone-deaf." 3 days after the video went viral, Frankel addressed the backlash and confessed that she did something very wrong. She explained that various beauty brands send her products in different forms and shades, and she'll often open the product, not like the color, put it back in the package, and give it away. "I don't want them to go to waste. I think they're beautiful. I give them to my staff and my assistant and other people, and I always have bags in my car for random acts of kindness. If someone's nice to me, I just hand them something." Frankel then went on to claim that after the cashiers at the store had been complimenting her on her nice products she buys, she told them, "I wish I could afford it." So she decided to give them a bag of other goodies. Despite saying that she would sort it out with TJ Maxx, Frankel ultimately had to go back, get the bags, and re-gift them to employees at Restoration Hardware who can accept gifts. She slammed back at the white savior complex comment, saying, "I may have white savior complex because I brought perfectly good, unused, but open makeup to people that I don't think would be able to buy this level of makeup on their own. So I guess I'm being canceled. What shall we all do? Thoughts and prayers," Frankel concluded in the video. Many fans defended Frankel in the comment section and expressed how thankful they would be if Frankel gave them some of the products. "No good deed goes unpunished. Keep doing what you do," one popular comment read. "Wasting it would be the real shame. You're doing the right thing," another person wrote. "Common sense has become uncommon. What is wrong with offering someone a gift? Keep doing what you're doing," someone added. "Don't stop doing it, honestly. I think it's a lovely thing to do. Makeup is so out of most people's reach at the moment. You are such a sweet and generous person. People are so ridiculous. I would love if someone actually did that for me. It would make my day." Hi, Painted Black. You love her, Painted Black? You love Bethany? Bethany, I have a friend that looks so much like her. Okay. All right. Doodly-doo. Hang on a minute, I gotta do something over here. Okay, so now at 2:44, it's time to do the word puzzle. Because I'm tired, because I've had a long day, because I'm trying to do a bunch of crafts. Oh, And I'm just so tired. Okay, let's do the... I feel like there's not enough. This isn't a very... Whoever it is, that's Bethany Frankel. Sorry about that. So tired. I took like a 4-mile walk today, so that was good. Got my walk in. It's getting cooler. I tried to start repotting a bunch of plants, take some stuff in. Oh, I made a beautiful bouquet. I'll put it on my Instagram with sunflowers that I grew from seed and these beautiful purple asters that I think I planted them 2 years ago and they didn't come up last year, and then they came up this year miraculously. I don't know how. I was so happy. And I made a really nice bouquet, and I'll put it on my Instagram. Okay. Where did my star go? Okay, over there, it cries. Let's see. B. Okay, let me see here. Come on. Okay, Riles, Rice, right? Okay, circles. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Okay, cleric. Okay, cleric and clerics. Thank you, Beth and Murder Crows and whoever else said that. All right. Oh, relic. How about relic? I got that one. And relics. I got that on my own after you guys did that because that gave me an idea. I got that one on my own. All right, let's see now if I can get something else on my own. So, no. See. Oh, ice is. Okay. Icer. No. Okay, I need one more. I got relics, I got all that. Got all that, I got all that. Cleric, circle, I have that. Oh, circle! We didn't do, I did only did the plural. Yay, that was it. Thank you, Murder of Crows. Thank you, thank you. And let's play another game. Homie. Missed the word of the, I need to get this one up here. What is this one? Celiacs, I think I tried that, didn't I? Yeah, it doesn't work. I tried that at CELLIAX. Doesn't work. Look. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Deborah. Lexicale. Sounds like a drug. Oh my gosh, I didn't even mean to do that. I meant to do viral and it keeps... Avira. Avira. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Avira. No. Okay. R-I. Larva. Yuck. This one, huh? Thank you. I didn't I do Vile, Beth? I didn't do it? Thank you. Murder Crows, thank you. Rival. Right, uh-oh. That's probably it. Perfect. Quest completed. Thank you. Alright, let's see. Next. Next. That was an easy one. I did that all by myself. Oh, special level. Yay. Okay. One more. Okay. This was so easy. Right? That was so easy. So easy. Let's see. Cry, try, trip, rip. You try. Tick. Pit. Okay. Pry. Okay. I see. Okay. That was super easy too. All right. Run, sun. Okay, let me see here. Do we do runs? Okay, and let's see. Got another one all by myself. Yay. Let's see. Okay, Beth, I looked at your one, social. All right. I tried cola, Beth. I tried it. Do the thing. Hi, Layla. I did it where it shuffles them. I did it. Oh, let's see. Also, I got that. Sale murder of crows. Good. It can't be Callie because it's not in alphabetical order. It's got to be with an S, so it's got to be S A or SOAL or SCAL. It's got to be with an S in here. It's got to be SASOSI silo. God, I just saw that. Okay. All right, then over here. It has to be here. It has to be a C, an L. Nothing can't be with an A. It can be with an I. C. Lois Lane. Casa. Lila, wait, LAIC? Nope. I got Silo Adventure. Let's see. I tried COSA. Let's see. Coli? E. coli? Oh, I don't know. Give me the hint. Oh, I don't want to. I don't spend any money. I know. I don't. Yeah, I'm very. I have to figure it out. I don't like taking shortcuts and stuff. I don't like doing that. Hi, Paw Cat. I tried that. I got it as an extra word. That's okay, Paw Cat. Thanks for trying. We know it has to start, this one has to, these two words here have to start with a C, an L, an I or an O. I tried Isla. Didn't work. I don't know. I've got to give it up for right now because I've got to babysit tomorrow for Roman. That means Roman and I are going to take like a 4-mile walk. So we're maybe more than that. So anyway, I got to go to bed. It's late. It's almost 3:33. But thank you. I know, but I got to sleep. I'm tired. And I got a big day and I've got to finish a bunch of crafts tomorrow. And then, I know, Beth. I know. I'm just tired. I know, Paw Cat. You can come back tomorrow. We do it every night. We do this every single night. Okay? Anyway, I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Today, I love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all. We'll see you tomorrow. Everybody have a good night. Good night. Be good. Be nice.